Hello and welcome to another episode of Manifest Actual Play, episode 50, the finale of campaign 1. Before we jump into a recap of what has happened thus far and what we're looking at for this finale, I'm going to pass the attention over to Adigia for any announcements. And right before I hit live, I realized I didn't feed the dog, and he just reminded me. So I'm going to step over there and feed the dog really quick.
Hi, everyone. Announcements. So we have first and foremost, over the course of December, been encouraging all of you to donate to your local food banks. That doesn't stop after the holidays. But we are going to try and remind you again this week. Food banks are great because they not only support your local community, but also you may not know who in your community is in the most need. Food banks support not only those who we think of as traditionally in need, but also kids who don't get their school lunches over the break, and many other things like that. The best way that you can give to your local food bank is either your time or your money. Giving them your money, even though you might want to give them food, like non-perishable items and stuff, which is great. Also, if you have like just so much stuff after the holidays that you didn't get to, that's wonderful as well. But they actually, like, apparently I've learned, have like deals and stuff with food distributors, and are able to get discounted or otherwise cheaper food. So your money will go a lot longer, farther. If you uh, uh, give the money directly to the food bank rather than go to the grocery store and buy stuff yourself. We also so that is sort of like what we're hoping, that if you have the time or energy to, or capital to do, if you can donate to your local food bank, we do, and it's a great way to help your own community right at home. Other announcements. This is our last, not only our last episode for 2020, but also the last episode for this first actual play campaign. We are going to replay the last 4 episodes for you over the course of the next 4 weeks, as we prepare for campaign 2. And then we will be back the first week in February with a brand new cast. Some of us are returning. All of us are returning. Yeah. Announcement. All of us are returning.
Who wasn't? What did I not know?
Bye, Dan. Oh, sorry.
Damn.
I'm gonna put on a toupee. You guys won't even know I'm here.
But all of us are returning. We may have some cool special guests and maybe some new cast members joining us as well. And we will be giving you some spoilers and info as we get closer to our air date. We will be online during Tuesdays during the chat if you want to ask us questions while we're streaming. At least some of us, if not all of us, will try to convene on Tuesdays to hang out with you all. Also, we've got some cool things in the works on the non-Tuesdays of January. We might do some special events or one-shots or play some games on the stream. If you let us know what you want to see us do, we might be able to put it together. So throw that in the chat on our Facebook or on our Twitter or on Kickstarter or all the places that you usually contact us. We are just like so thankful for all of you for hanging out with us for the past year and a half, something like that. 14 months, 15 months, I don't know. It feels like too short a time and forever at the same time. We are so excited to see what happens in this last episode and give our characters hopefully a great epilogue. But also we're excited to share these new characters we've been working on with you as well in the coming months. So as always, you can follow us on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. As you know, there's nothing there. And and here you can hit that follow and subscribe button. If you do subscribe to us, you can we thank you. And you can also subscribe to us if you have Amazon Prime, and you get one complimentary or included. I don't really think it's complimentary. You are paying for Prime, but included Twitch Prime subscription. You just have to re-up it every 30 days. So if you do that, here's your reminder. Maybe you should go check this week. And that's about it for announcements. Once again, I didn't write them down as per tradition. So I think that's it. Is there anything else I've missed?
I do want to hop in and just, as we get to the end of this campaign, I just want to extend a thank you to the three of you for playing and doing a lot of cool stuff throughout this campaign. I've had a lot of fun so far. I hope you have as well. I'm really looking forward to campaign 2. I will miss Kinsey, Pax, and Roland.
Yeah, it's gonna be so hard for you to try and find how to introduce new characters, right?
But yeah, I've had a ton of fun playing this campaign. So here at the beginning of the finale, before I kill you all, I want to just want to say thanks for playing, guys. I had a lot of fun. And with that, let's all get ready for the final episode of Manifest Actual Play Campaign 1.
Do it.
And we're back. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that everyone may have just heard Danielle do it.
You have to turn that key, Tommy.
All right. So, a quick recap of what has happened thus far. Kinsey, Pax, and Roland have been in the Badlands for some time, yet before that, they were in the garden. We began this campaign. They were outlaws on the run from Alanistead. They were in the Alanistead territory, all part of a prisoner transport heading back to Alanistead. That prisoner transport was hijacked by none other than the Dead Man's Gang, led by Rufus Nash. These three drifters were sort of swept up in the activities of the Dead Man's Gang because the deal they were given was basically join us or die. But they held a secret, or at least Roland and Pax did, which was the item that the Dead Man's Gang was after at the time was a gun, part of a pair. A gun that belonged to a legendary gunslinger from hundreds of years ago named Quentin Lemaire. His two guns, when brought together, apparently can guide people to his resting place. And the Dead Man's Gang, specifically Rufus Nash, was after that gun. Now, they went through all sorts of trials and tribulations on their way through the Dead Man's Gang. They eliminated them one by one and eventually found their way to freedom, both killing many members of the Dead Man's Gang and eliminating Rufus Nash, only to find out that when he was killed, he was not actually killed because he was what is known as an Everlight, an extremely powerful illuminated person who has the ability to pass their consciousness into an object when they die. Turns out Rufus Nash was perhaps not Rufus Nash all along, but some other more ancient being who was inhabiting that body. Now, they moved from the garden to the Dead Man's Gang, or to the Badlands from the Dead Man's Gang. They were, their deaths were faked by Marshal Leonard Yen, who they had helped save from the Dead Man's Gang. And they ran away from the garden into the Badlands and got into all sorts of fun adventures involving nomad packs and small settlements and snallygasters. And all through the way, they formed into more of an actual team of drifters. And that's when they landed in Tobias Station, right in the heart of the Badlands, this massive, almost city-like way station they found to be wanting in moral fortitude. It was led by a woman named Captain Morales, the security chief at the time, and she was basically manipulating and grooming orphans to either work for her corrupt security force or move into working for the criminal syndicates that had a large presence on the station, known as the Family. These three drifters decided that wasn't going to work for them, so they set roots in Tobias Station and decided that they were going to do something about Morales. And they did. They, through months of living in Tobias Station as saloon owners, they managed to take out Captain Morales, eliminating her and her security force, but also proving that she had arranged for the station master to be murdered years ago. The station master is the only elected official on Tobias Station, and therefore is the only person on Tobias Station with any legal actual authority as far as the Fort Dearborn territory is concerned. And everyone else, like security chief and everyone else who is an official part of the station, are all just his employees. So the station master, Eddie Culpin, has been dead for some time. Once this was revealed and Captain Morales was dealt with, the station mobilized to arrange an election. Two hats have been thrown in the ring for the position of station master. One, our very own Roland Hollis, who has made many deals with many of the families to try and find a balance between making it so that the families can get what they want from Tobias Station and have a station master who understands their criminal activities, while also taking care of literally everyone else in Tobias Station, because there's a lot of people in Tobias Station who have had it bad for a long time, and Roland has plans to change that. So the last thing that has happened is that a specific member of the Fort Dearborn militia, a man named Ephraim, died mysteriously in Tobias Station, later found to be murdered by members of the Family and Captain Morales. He hid something here, and only recently have these drifters realized that the thing that Ephraim hid in Tobias Station was the other Quentin Lemaire gun. And so when they figured that out, they decided they had to find it, and they searched all around for it. And it turned out that it had already been discovered by Rufus Nash, who was inhabiting the body of a barfly known as Eli. And he revealed himself to these three saloon owners in their very own saloon, and tried to get the gun from Marshal Leonard Yen that he did not already possess. However, through some swift coordination between Leonard Yen and Pax, they were able to stop Eli / Rufus Nash / perhaps Owen Lemaire from getting his hands on the gun, and also stopping him from blowing himself up with the dead man switch that he had in his hand. And he promptly vacated the body of Eli, which is surprising because Eli could have been shot dead and Rufus Nash should have survived. But the moment Pax pointed one of Quentin Lemaire's guns at Eli's head, Rufus Nash ran away. He vacated the body and left a very scared and confused Eli in his wake. We left off with Eli being carted over to where Roland and Kinsey were handcuffed. Roland and Kinsey were promptly unhandcuffed, and Roland disabled the bomb mechanism that was strapped to Eli's chest. That's where we ended the session. Tensions are a little high in Umbras right now, and Eli, least of all, is panicking. He is confused. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know who the three of you or the four of you, including Leonard, are. You've just pulled a bomb off of his chest, and he's like, "What the hell's going on? Who the hell are you?"
We have just collectively saved your life. Would you like a drink?
Sure, but make it a small one. I don't drink too heavy.
Oh, interesting. Sure, yeah. What do you? Yeah, sure. I get him. I get him a small drink.
Very different drink. He says, "I'll take a vodka lemonade." I mean, I've had a few run-ins with the stuff before. I've fallen off the wagon from time to time, but yeah, something small, I think. I try to pace myself these days.
Yeah, sure. Okay. What's the last thing you remember before you were here? I say as I make a drink and hand it to him.
He sits there, he takes the drink for a second. He goes, "Well, now that you mention it, like I said," and he takes a sip. And he looks at it. Doesn't seem to hit him the way he would expected. He goes, "Like I said, I fall off the wagon from time to time. I suppose I've been a blackout drunk. I'm sorry for any trouble I caused you, and whatever. Apparently, you pointing that gun at me, miss, sobered me right up. I don't feel nothing now. But I was in a bar last I remember."
What did it look like?
He describes a bar that you can quickly identify as one of the bars, like in the main level of the station, not too far from the lower level. He's like, "Yeah, I mean, drinking there, making new friends. Time's been hard for a while. What with fees going up and whatnot. I mean, I don't want to speak ill of the security chief, but I mean..."
No, go for it. Totally fine.
Well, I suppose since it's just the five of us, I think she's steering the station the wrong way. But what am I gonna do about it? I'm just a courier, and one that finds himself in his cups from time to time for a few months at a time. But I mean, I didn't have too much to drink prior to coming here. I'm sorry for. And he looks around the bar and he sees it's like half burned down and like there's broken glass and everything. He goes, "I don't..."
No, that was someone else. Don't worry about it.
And he looks around a little bit more and he starts to look around and like he's soaking it in. He goes, "What's the name of this bar?"
This is Umbras.
Umbras. What? Oh no, did I find my way up to the upper crust? No, I couldn't have. He says, looking at the damage on the bar.
No. So can I get a read on him real quick? If I tell him a ghost has possessed him for some time now, is this gonna break this man?
Yeah, go ahead. God. So I guess I'll let you roll blend at a -2 or discipline, because he's not doing a social thing at you at all. You're simply
Blended at -2 it is.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, this is just empathetic, right?
Oh yeah. It's totally just empathetic. You have the empathetic talent. Perfect.
Okay. That's 3 hits.
Cool. It won't break him. He will be confused. And a little frightened, and he'll definitely want some more to drink. But the read you get on this man is he's a relatively hardworking man from time to time who has a weakness for alcohol that apparently just before Rufus jumped in his body, he was just about to give into. Like you can understand a little bit, like as he was saying, like, oh well, I was just having a drink, and like, he's like, when he was thinking like, oh, I'm trying to take it easy, like that was all like, basically probably like around the time that he loses his memory, he probably was like 5 drinks deep, like on the beginning of going on like a bender.
Is your name Eli?
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry, you have me at a disadvantage. What's your name?
I'm Roland.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
I have bad news for you, Eli. You've been possessed for a number of months by well, there's really no other way to put it, a ghost. Do you want the detailed version or sort of the broad strokes?
I'm sorry, sir. You're talking supernatural and ghosts, and he looks at, like, he sees a room of 4 people who are all just like genuinely looking at him, like he's like expecting someone to be like, we're just kidding you, but everyone's like, yeah, kinda. And he's like, I guess start with the broad strokes.
Okay, so there are illuminated people on this world, yes?
Oh yeah,
People
sure.
with powers, sure.
Yeah.
So sometimes they grow quite powerful, and when they die, they don't die. Their mind goes somewhere else and survives in an object, and from there, they can possess people who come into contact with said object. This is what has happened to you.
To like buy himself some time, he grabs the like vodka lemonade that you made him and like drinks it with a slightly shaky hand, like just chugs it down and like sets it down, slides the glass over towards you.
Perhaps I'd better fix you some coffee, Eli.
Sure.
It might do your body good. And I'll go in the back and fix us all a nice piping hot cup.
I don't understand how long I've been possessed. How long has it been?
Months at least.
Months? Oh, hell. Well, I guess it was a good thing that I had all my things in all my affairs in order before I went to that bar. Why though? Why me? Who? You said it was a shine ghost. Who was it? Why'd they? What did I do?
Stumbled into the wrong place at the wrong time. That's all. Unless you're not secretly like a treasure hunter and have intricate knowledge of old world gunslinger artifacts.
No, you think I was? You think I'll be pulling a wagon from here to Las Brasas twice a month?
No, I don't think that was likely. Wrong place, wrong time, Eli.
Hell, I guess I count myself lucky, he says, like glancing towards the explosive devices that were strapped around his chest. I didn't hurt no one, did I?
I don't think so.
All right. He looks at like the glass for a second and then kind of says more to himself than anyone else. He goes, coffee would be nice.
You're muted, sir.
You're muted. And Kinsey will come back with all of his coffee.
Thank you. Sorry. What's you know me, I'm Eli, but I don't know the rest of you. Y'all so kind. He takes a sip of the coffee. He goes, "What's your name, sir?"
Kinsey McCharlotte.
Pleasure.
Pleasure's all mine, Eli.
And you reach out your hand to shake his, and he starts to reach out his hand, and then like kind of pulls back for a second in like hesitation, and like blinks a couple times, and then shakes your hand. He goes, "Sorry, sir. Pleasure to make your acquaintance."
Hold on. Wait. You remembered something. I can see it in your face. It's a book.
It was. Well, you asked where I was. Last thing I remember being up there in the saloon for a little bit, but I met someone. She was nice, a friendly company. And well, when I don't remember her saying her name, but she asked me mine, and then she put out her hand to shake my hand. And as I said my name, well, that's the last thing I remember.
What did she look like?
Nice lady. Little younger than me, but older than you, miss. He says, pointing at Pax. And well, she just was there having a drink, and we got to chatting. Didn't chat for too long before she asked me my name, and that's it. It was strange. I don't remember hearing her answer. It was just, that's the last thing. Then I was here.
Can you could you describe her face?
Well, it was pretty to look at. Which, I counted myself lucky that she was even paying me any mind. It's not too often I have a conversation with anyone of any standard. She had dark hair. I think she wore it back I can't tell how long it was. I mean, she wasn't like, she fit in. She looked like just anybody else who rolled through town. I mean, I guess if I was to make a guess, I'd say she was like a drifter. She seemed a little kitted out. But,
What about her guns?
She did have an iron. It was a nice piece, I suppose. More modern sensibility. Nothing to write home about though. And she had a big old knife on her other hip, but and he like describes a little bit more like her outfit and everything. Nothing is ringing a bell. Doesn't sound like anyone you guys have ever heard of or seen.
Mm-hmm.
She had a strange tattoo on her hand though. I didn't quite get a good look at it, but it went up her sleeve. It was kind of a circle. There was something in the circle, and it kind of ran up her forearm. But I wasn't looking too hard at her ink. I was just happy to be talking to her, trying to be a gentleman,
Is that symbol anything significant that I can think of.
I don't think there's a reason for you to roll lore. You've rolled a lot of lore tests around like Rufus Nash's whole thing up to now. It could be all manner of things.
But it's not like, oh, that's the symbol of this organization, right?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
It's just somebody got a tattoo that they liked.
Yeah. Sorry I couldn't be more help.
No,
Eli,
you've
we're
been
sorry.
tremendous help.
All right.
You've been through quite the ordeal, my friend. We're just, I suppose we're glad you're back.
Well, I don't know what back is, but this is one shithole of a saloon.
It's seen better days.
Well, you should have seen it when it was Finnegan's.
I did. I remember Finnegan's. I've been to Finnegan's. Oh, I'm in 23B. That's
right.
All right. I don't stray too far from the old path then. He takes his drink and I'll have everyone go ahead and roll observe at a -4.
I rolled their die on.
I forgot I still had hit point damage.
I have 3 hits.
Okay.
Ooh. Should I spend grit on this test? I mean, you know what? I've got 7 grit. I'm going to play to the gallery.
Okay.
Kinsey has 2 hits.
Okay. So, you got 2 hits, Kinsey. Roland, you got 3 packs. What'd you get?
Sorry, 3 hits.
Okay. Kinsey and Roland got 3.
1.
Okay. So Pax, you don't notice anything else. You notice his hands have stopped trembling a little bit as he's like taking a sip. And like you get the impression that like he's handling this pretty well, but you also get like this kind of sad like sense of like he's probably handling this pretty well because he's a person who's blacked out a lot. And like he's kind of put his mind into that mode where he's like calmed down a little bit and is like, all right, let's do a fact-finding mission. Who did I hurt? Did I do anything dumb? Like that kind of stuff. And he's kind of shoving away the like there was a ghost in me like out of the out of his brain for now. But Kinsey and Roland, the two of you notice something different about Eli. It's easier to notice as he raises his hands to take a sip of the coffee by the fact that there's a mark that indicates something is missing. You see his hands are, relatively dirty and a little bit suntanned, but they're missing on his ring finger, or not his ring finger, his pinky finger. He had a ring. He used to wear a ring. It never really struck you as anything too crazy before. But it was like a nice-ish ring. It kind of had like a gold bronze-ish color to it, but it was two-tone. It was like two metals kind of melted together. There's like bronze gold on one side, and there's like kind of a wavy line between that and like a more of a like dark steel. And he wore it on his pinky finger, and you notice that it's missing because you can see like the kind of tan line and the clean line where it was before.
Eli.
Yeah.
Your ring.
What ring?
On the pinky.
What? And he looks down and he goes, he sees like, it's pretty clear like that there was something there. He goes, the hell?
You don't own a ring for your pinky, do you?
Hell no. What? Do I look like a fella that likes to fancy himself up? Starts like wiping the smudge off.
It's not funny for you, but from my point of view, a 200-year-old dead man has just proven that his only advantage is that he's quite hard to kill.
Um, I don't, I don't understand your meaning, sir, but happy to help a kind fella laugh one way or another.
I like pop out my Omni tool. I assume it has like a feature where I can just sort of sketch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I draw Rufus's ring to the best of my memory.
Sure. Yeah. So yeah, you kind of put those waves in. You're able to kind of, basically you put it in like design mode. So you're able to be like,
Yeah.
I'm going to craft this ring and you're able to even add color to it on the little holographic, the hologram that's like kind of projecting from your Omni tool. And so you do a decent enough rendition.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Owen Lemaire's house.
Hey, yeah, the lady I met, she was wearing a ring like that.
Uh-huh. Very smart. Very, very smart.
I'm missing something.
So the way ghosts work, I don't want to speak actually for all ghosts. There's really no telling what's out there on this wild, weird world we live on. The way the ghosts I'm familiar with work. When they die, their mind passes into an object nearby them. And it's from there they project themselves. This is it.
She had a ghost ring?
She had a ghost ring, Eli.
Why'd she? But I don't why has this ghost got me here in a burnt down bar in the lower levels in 23B? I mean, hey, if there's ever a cursed place, I suppose, and by a station, it's 23B.
Because the only thing he's learned in 200 years is that persistence typically works. He came for us. We have made enemies of a ghost.
Huh.
And that ghost has just told us how to kill him.
Do you think he holds a grudge against old Eli?
It would surprise me if he thought of you at all.
All right, I'll take that. That's good. That's good.
He means it as a compliment, yeah.
Yeah,
I
no.
do mean it as a compliment.
I don't want no ghost being angry at me. I mean, if y'all want to kill a ghost, you will go ahead at it. Well, I gotta get back to work. I gotta. Well,
So some things have changed since you last did some work as yourself.
all right.
Sort of. You know what? No bad news. It's all good news. There's going to be an election soon.
Shit, it was just
And
3 months.
And I explain the current political situation in Tobias Station. Broad strokes.
Right. He listens fervently, and he goes, "Well, thank Alana. I mean, I've been saying for a while to anyone that would listen to me, which, ain't many people. I've been saying for a while that Security Chief Morales, she was bad news. I thought she had something over Mr. Copeland. I didn't realize she'd done him in. That's. Oof. But hey, I mean, I'm glad y'all took her down. I missed the action. It's been a while since I've fought for something that was worth something. But I suppose I was fighting my own battle at the time. Anywho, that's good. It's good. I'm glad. And hell, I mean, you saved me from that thing. And if you're trying to pull one over on me, that's a hell of a hell of a campaign strategy, sir. So you got my vote.
Thank you very much, Eli. I appreciate it.
And Eli, you've been through quite a lot, and I know you didn't have exactly a say in much of it, but we do appreciate you as a person, and just to as a branch of our goodwill, come back for a meal anytime you want, and it's on the house.
Saloon that serves good meals. All right, well, I'll be the judge of that.
I imagine you will.
Looking at the place, I'd say it's probably. I would expect the meals to be on the same par as the militia rations they used to give us.
Slightly better than that.
All right. Well then. Suppose y'all don't know if I still got my old apartment 2 wings over.
Well, hold on. Let me check. And I open up paralysis.
Yeah. Yes.
You do see that 2 wings over in the lower levels, there is one of the residential listings is for Eli. He still has his apartment.
Hey, it looks like your ghost paid rent.
All right. Well, I'm not going to ask where the money came from. If it's all the same to the 4 of you, I mean, this is an awful lot to soak in. So, I think I'm gonna head home and get some shut-eye.
Yeah, that seems good. Take a lie down.
Feel awful tired.
Oh, you've had a long day. You didn't even get to do most of it.
Yeah. Thank you though for not just shooting me and when you saw me. I'm glad. I'm glad, I suppose, that none of you gunslingers. And he like stands up and kind of like brushes his like pants a little bit, and he goes, "All right, well, as far as first meetings go, this one was not the worst. Good luck with the election, sir. And
Good luck with, everything.
Yeah. Hope you kill the ghost." And then he walks out.
Why? Why did he run?
What do you mean?
I mean, that's not how ghosts work. I assumed the 2 of you did like a cool double team maneuver on the stairs or something, and
It's like a slight grin on Leonard's face.
but like he said it right here, and I know a bit about this, and he believed it when he said it. He was ready to blow himself up and come back in a different body and sift through the mess. Why did he run?
Leonard seems stumped.
I don't know.
Well, what happened?
Well, Leonard popped the gun out and I caught it, and he got a hand on Rufus's hand so he couldn't let go. And then I just was gonna shoot him. I got the drop on him.
Yeah, I was confused at first. I mean, I had a hold of hand, and I figured, there was some all manner of illuminated nonsense Rufus could do to stop me from holding down his hand. But then I thought for the briefest seconds that Bex hesitated for some reason, but then it just turned out Rufus was gone.
It wasn't the first time that I'd seen him leave a body.
You had him at gunpoint and he ran.
Yeah.
Because he was in danger.
Well, I mean, if he didn't blow us up, then like we would be looking for him, right? So, and he couldn't, right? I don't know.
But if you'd have shot him, he thinks that he would have died.
Or it's just really painful.
I think blowing himself up. I mean,
like you told me a bit about what happened when we ambushed the dead man's camp back in the garden. He stayed right until the end.
Yeah. Well, not right until the end.
Well,
yeah, old bastard gave Pax a chance to see the man that he had held captive.
Yeah.
But at that point, he knew for sure he was going to die.
He stayed for every bullet, every cut, everything. When he could have just run. No, he was afraid.
What?
This is speculation. I am not the person to like figure this out for sure. I think that gun can kill him. Or at the very least, he thinks it can.
Does a weapon like that exist?
Well, our good friend Leonard is holding it, so...
He's like a little shocked when you... He's like, oh shit.
It's perhaps we better put that in the holster, Hamish.
Slots it into his arm.
But do you think that it doesn't... I don't think that that's true. Maybe he thinks that, but I don't think it's true. It can't be true.
Why not?
I don't want it to be.
Fair enough.
If it's a soul-killing gun, I've shot a lot of people with that gun.
I think most guns are soul-killing guns. This one, I think, hits ghosts too.
No. Look, I know that you aren't religious or spiritual or whatever, but like there's a difference. Like you can tell when there's not anything in the body. That gun doesn't kill souls. Guns don't kill souls.
Maybe this one doesn't. Maybe it just kills Rufus.
Yeah. Probably. Either way, it's like a weapon to use against him. And also a beacon that he will never leave us alone. So that's fun.
Yeah, what did he called it? A reliquary?
I thought that was odd as well. I've done a bit of digging on this. Best I can tell, Lemaire and his friends had something. And they hid it with Lemaire when he died.
That's what Rufus is after? All this time? Hell, how dangerous can the guy be? It's taken him 200 years.
Well, he's been doing it for 200 years.
So he has persistence, like you said.
But he didn't know where the guns were before.
Right.
He knows you have the gun now. And apparently has the other one. So I think the stakes are higher now, probably than they have been in a while. They were on the opposite ends of the world,
So then,
right?
Then Roland was right. I should destroy it.
You either find him and shoot him or you destroy it. I don't think there's a middle ground now.
Well, I did always want the bastard dead. And he glances to you, Pax. He goes, but I have other things I gotta take care of. Maybe destroying the gun's the safest path. What do you think, Pax?
I don't think my mind has changed.
All right.
But I'm not the smartest one here, so I'm gonna go take a walk.
As soon as you stand up, Leonard stands up, a little confused as to whether he should follow you or not.
You can come if you want. I just need to not be near that tree. Should go find Harry or something.
I can take you to her.
Okay.
Yeah, she showed me to some hideout, and then we caught wind of what was going on, and she was... Last I saw her, she was kind of mad at me. She thought maybe I was putting my nose where it didn't belong, but stand by it. It says with a smirk. After all, she's just, 16? And she ain't the boss of me.
Say that to her face.
And Pax and Leonard walk out. Leonard leading Pax towards where he last saw Harry. Roland and Kinsey, you're alone in the bar. And the Drosera tree opens up.
Well, I know you're not going to help me, so I'm going to go feed the tree.
I am not going to help you.
Some station master you are.
I'm delegating.
Kinsey, you pull out the somewhat acrid body of who's left?
We got rid of the bodies. Molu helped get rid of them.
There was that's right.
Because we took the last one out.
Yeah, the last one's out. So there's nothing. Right. The tree's just open. You don't have anything to put in it. It's fine. Kinsey, you don't need to feed it. It just got so much. These trees survive in the wild off of small critters. You fed it to people. You're kind of worried that it might grow beyond its housing now because you overfed it. At the very least, it will need to be pruned.
So, what's your take? You up for a ghost hunt?
I mean, that certainly sounds exciting. At the very least, I need to drop by the Snake Eye Canyon. Snake Eye Canyon?
Yeah. Snake Eye Canyons, technically.
Canyons. I need to drop by the Snake Eye Canyons. Perhaps spend
Tecton Molu mentioned you had some divine purpose or something.
Well, I don't know about that, but I think I have some information the rest of the Ophidians would be very happy to know about.
Do you want to share, or is this a secret outdoorsman club thing?
You see, I like you a lot, Roland, but I don't know if I can tell you this without you laughing in my face.
Kinsey, there's a lot of things you can't tell me without me laughing in your face, and you've told me those.
You know what? Fair point. So anyway, and I tell him the story about during our fight with Morales, what happened. I felt the bullet go through my heart. I felt myself die, and then it was like moving in reverse while flashing back at the same time. Just impossible to describe. And there I was, perfectly fine. A moment later, dodging her bullet. And I tell him about Morbu and about my conversation with Tecton Molu.
Huh. I've spent literal months researching a long dead gunslinger and his now apparent ghost son. And I'm pretty knowledgeable, I think, about sort of, lost lore in that category, and about the powers of luminescence on Manifest as sort of like through that lens.
Right.
I have no goddamn clue what's happening to you.
Because I don't think I'm illuminated. I don't feel as though I'm illuminated, but these things keep happening. I didn't even tell you, I made like a special crazy healing rock in the middle of an oasis, and it just popped up, and somehow I knew I could do it.
Huh. Well, not that you weren't important before, but I guess you're, like, capital V, very important now, it seems.
I mean, says the next station master of Tobias Station. You changed so many people's futures.
Kinsey, you went back in time.
I don't know. They seem about the same level of importance to me. I don't really understand politics, but it seems like you've got a purpose too.
You're very generous.
Anyway,
go ahead.
No. I was just going to restate something. I'm going to go hang out with the Ophidians, and then who knows about ghost hunting later.
Pax, you're walking with Leonard. This is actually wasn't too far from the saloon. She said that she would hang out there till the dust settled. I suppose maybe the dust has settled, so don't get your hopes up. But he walks over to what looks like an empty wall. And he knocks 3 times and goes, This used to be an apartment, and it got closed off. Because some with the vents, I don't know, but and the paneling creaks out and opens up, and you see Jojo and Slim looking up at you.
Hey.
Hey. You're looking for Harry.
Is she here?
No, she left. Did you hear that really big gun?
Yeah.
She left around then.
But that was yesterday.
She said she was gonna either find you or Salem, one or the other.
Okay. Have you eaten? Right.
Yeah, no, we got food here. This is well, I mean, here, come on in. And they step back. You have to kind of duck and walk in. And Leonard says, "This is apparently the hub for most of the Well, the kids, I guess. And you walk in, you see like 6 other kids, just kind of like, it's like 2 apartments with a broken down wall in between them, and just like bunks on bunks of like this kind of like crammed little like sheets hanging from areas. And like there's no actual power coming to this area. They've like set up like some lights on like a generator. And they're just kind of like, it's like a bunch of kids ranging from like 9 years old to like Harry's age, just kind of like sitting around in this like little area. And he goes, "This apparently is where they come when things get really bad. Let me tell you, I did not receive a warm reception, but Harry set them to it."
Okay.
And one of them yells, "Another big gun? Another adult? Get out of here!" We're gonna have to make up a whole new place. And JoJo's like, "Now y'all need me to remember what Harry said. All right? These adults, they're different. It's fine. She's training Harry. She's the one who trained Harry how to do that thing y'all saw with the box."
Hi.
And like you recognize a handful of them from the hotel, but not all of them.
Sure. Okay.
And like some of them are starting to like whisper. One of them's like, "Hey, stick lady."
Hey, knife stick boy.
But Harry ain't here.
Okay.
How's everything out there? It sounds like it's gotten more or less under control.
Yeah. Well, Captain Morales is gone.
Woo! Yeah!
And so is Leo Riggs and a bunch of the other security team. So you don't have to work for her anymore.
Who are we gonna work for? Who's gonna feed us?
Well, for those of you who weren't up in the hotel, you can always come to Umbra's if you're hungry. It's right down the corridor. And we're gonna settle up and take care of all of you. So I'm not like your new mom or anything, but like, I'm making sure that
Why not?
I don't know how.
Letter takes her hand and goes, "She's busy."
But that doesn't mean I don't care. We're gonna sort it out. So if you need anything, you can come to Umbra's and we'll figure something out. Okay? And if there are two men who are there, and they're kind of poopy heads, but they'll just tell them that Pac sent you, and it'll be okay.
I hear one of them's gonna be station master.
He might be. But we'll see. You never know how an election will go, I think. Does anybody need food? Is anybody hungry
We
or
don't
thirsty?
need anything from you, Grandma.
All right. Thing is that the door's open, folks.
What are you
But
doing? They're gonna give us more food later. Look, Morales is gone. We have to listen to her. Umbra's, you said, right?
yeah.
All right. Well,
What's your name? The one with all the attitude.
Britt?
Britt?
Yeah. I'm
Are you
second
the-
biggest after Harry.
Sure.
I'm in charge here while she's gone.
Are
Ain't
you?
no one said you was in charge, Britt. Yeah, at least you said to listen to JoJo and Slim. Shut up. I'm in charge.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You make all the important decisions?
I do when Harry ain't here, and what I see is two adults walking into our sanctum and telling us they're going to take care of us, and we heard that before. Ain't we? And we heard that before. Sound like Morales.
But I'm not asking for anything in trade. Am
Yet.
I?
Not asking anything
Ever?
yet.
Well, what do you think I'd ask for?
I don't know. Morales had us do stuff.
Yeah. I don't need you to do stuff. Unlike Morales, I'm super capable. My friends are super capable.
There ain't no free meal, lady.
Why not?
So that ain't the way the world works. People have
Hmm.
stuff, they want stuff.
Right. So, the thing is that you don't like, what are you, 15, 14,
15 and a half.
15 and a half? So the thing that you don't know, right? Because you're out in the middle of the Badlands. There ain't no place for you to go. So you know what the world is here. And that's absolutely, without a doubt, very good. Except for you've been in this room for the past 48 hours. And so what you don't know is that me and my friends made a change to the world for you, for all of you. It's why we did it. It's why Morales is gone. Because we saw you and thought that ain't right. They should have free meals and they should go to school if they want to, or learn a trade if they want to. And so yeah, the world before, there was no such thing as a free meal. Y'all didn't even know how to play basic games that most people learn because Morales had you running ragged, working for scraps. And that's all you could do. And it was great. You did a good job. But you deserve more. So you can be big and tough and, you know, in charge. Or you could admit that maybe you'd just like your life to be a little easier. And I'm not trying to convince you. I'm telling you what your options are. You can fight me.
You with a family?
No. I'm not.
Then what good are you?
Because you want a future with the family?
I can't take care of theirs.
There's also die. A lot.
People
Not
die
everybody
up
gets
and
to
down the
be a special pet.
Badlands.
Listen. You've had a rough break. And if you want things to stay the same, go to Salem Bahara. Work for him. And he will give you the future you deserve for asking for what he gives you. Or you could stay here and learn a thing and have a better life. So, it's up to you. I will not make this choice for you, but don't you dare make that choice for these kids.
You feel a tug on your like jacket, and you look down and you see JoJo looking up at you. He goes, "Hey, what? We don't have a school, or what's the word? Orphanage." They don't have that here. I heard some places do, some settlements do, but well, to buy a station, they got tutors and they're expensive.
Yeah. Well, part of the thing that do you remember Kinsey and Roland? Did you
Yeah,
meet
the one with the
them?
tattoos and the one with the hair.
Yeah. So their whole plan is to win the election so they can bring you a school with a teacher and a safe place for you to stay.
If you kill the security chief, do you get to be in charge?
No, that's not how democracy works.
I don't. Okay.
No, the person who gets to be in charge is the person that people think is gonna do the best job at being in charge.
Well, I think Roman and Kenzer are gonna do a good job.
Me too.
That for me. Okay, they're good people. And like everyone's kind of looking at JoJo, and he immediately gets like really nervous as he like kind of shouts out to the group, and he just kind of like hugs into your leg as everyone's like a little confused as to what he was
And
saying.
I like pat him a little bit. Listen, you all get to make your own choices, but I'm here to help you. It's literally the reason I am here. And I'm not perfect, but I will do my best to make sure that you're set up and okay. And don't let Brit make choices about your future for you. And
Hey,
Brit, what? Fight me, bro. You think you're an adult? You think you're a grown up? You think that you can make choices for these kids? Then maybe make the right ones. That's why Harry's in charge.
Harry puts me in charge when I'm away. No one puts you in charge when she's away, Harry.
Listen, I'm not good at telling lies, and you are a terrible liar.
He sits down.
If you need something, come
Go
to
to
Umbra's.
Umbra's. Slim says, kind of nodding.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. And tell Harry that if she comes back before I find her, I'm looking for her.
She said she was meeting with Mr. Bahara to see what was going on. But she was also trying to find you, so I imagine she'll find you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Be safe. And if you need anything, like I said, Umbra's is right there.
Well, we're going to stay here. Harry told us all to stay here till she came back. But if we run out of food, we might come to Umbra's.
Yeah, that's okay. You're allowed to do that.
Okay.
Just don't touch
she
the tree.
speaks for Harry. She's her teacher.
Just don't touch the tree.
Don't touch the tree. No one heard you say don't touch the tree as you're leaving with Leonard.
Oh my god. And I like give JoJo a little pat on the head before I go. This is so cute.
He walks with you all the way to the end, like holding onto your jacket, and then lets go as you leave.
Yeah.
It's too much. It's too much.
You all right?
It's like arguing with Roland. It's like all the children together make a Roland. It's so hard.
Kind of is. I always thought of Roland as 12 children in a trench coat myself. But I think you did some good. And if you think Umbers can float these kids, who's gonna run it? Or the three of you staying here this whole time? I mean, I know Roland's gonna have his hands full with Station Master, and Kinsey's got to go back to the clan. Are you?
I don't know. I don't really have a plan. I
Alright,
gotta
well,
have
you know what?
a kid, and then
You know what?
I have
You don't
plans.
have to. You don't have to make any plans, at least until the end of tomorrow. Just wait. Just wait. I told you I'd take care of things. I mean to.
I mean, I can take care of myself.
And no one arguing that. I saw you take an arrow to the throat and walk away 5 minutes later. All right? You could take on the whole family. You could kill Rufus Nash with a baby in your belly. No one's second guessing that. But there's some things you can't take on alone. And for those things, I aim to help. So,
Well, I
It's-
guess, yeah. I guess the thing is that those just kids need a safe place with air and power to sleep, and a teacher to teach them things. And if Roland can do that, can set that up, if he wins, then I don't
let's
have
hope
to stay. I don't know where I would go, but
Roland made the deals he needed to be able to end up a station master.
yeah, I just
thi-
hope he didn't make too many deals.
Knowing him, even if he did, he'd find a way through.
Yeah.
It's gonna be all right. It's getting late. We should rest up.
I am not tired. Not even a little bit. But that's to be expected because I am exhausted. But those tonics, I guess. The doc said like 3 nights of basically not sleeping. So
Give you something
whatever.
else for the
A
pain.
tonic. But Roland asked the same question and said there would be like crazy side effects and nightmares and like talking and screaming in your sleep and stuff, and she didn't recommend it. So I'm just
All right.
it's the peril of staying alive, I guess.
You ever played chess?
Yeah. A lot. I'm not good at it.
Well, growing up as a yen, you're kind of forced to get good at it. I can teach you some stuff. We can do that tonight. Let's go back to the bar. And if you can't sleep, you can at least relax. Right?
Okay.
All right. Come on then. And you two start walking back to the saloon. Roland and Kinsey, you guys get into anything else after the conversation you were having, or?
Kinsey, if you're not staying here, we have to get rid of the tree.
I was afraid you'd say that. Well, luckily for us, we know just the man to give a full-grown Drosera to. He'll know exactly what to do with it.
Okay. Yes, we should. He has shown historically bad judgment on placement of various plants.
But nothing, as far as I know, nothing's made it out of his laboratory, so that's saying something.
I hadn't thought of that.
Also, I don't think I've told you, he's got some. I think he can pretty much promise a little help with your campaign if you are running on any kind of platform, which I assume you are. Part of that platform can certainly be cleaning up the airways for the lower levels, and we have hard evidence that that's possible.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I love that. I knew he could do it.
Well, I wasn't so sure, but with my guidance, he got there.
Huh. Well, I guess that makes sense. You're sort of like Like the planet's voice? Is that what you are?
I just might be. How about that?
Door to the saloon opens up, and in walks Harry. She sees the two of you, sees the just complete mess that the saloon is. She scans the area for a second, goes, "Where the hell is Pax?"
Looking for you.
Oh, God.
Stay here. She'll come back.
Right. Okay. I've heard that you got delusions of grandeur and you're going to be station master in 2 days' time.
Okay. The scope of your world is so small that you think, one, that's a delusion, and two, that's grandeur.
You know what? Your scope of the view of the world is too wide to notice that you got to fix this place up if you're going to run for station master. What do you think election day is? You give a speech and then people are going to want to talk to you all day long before they cast their votes. You got to have a place that looks good.
Did a ghost try to kill you 20 minutes ago?
I don't care what tried to kill you, Roland. What are you doing right now? Sitting down. Get to work. Come on. All three of us. Come on, you guys got supplies, right? Look, if you want to win this thing, you gotta put on airs. All right, that's what. It's not for the people on the lower levels. It's for the people that gotta come down to the lower levels. This place has got to look not like this. Welcome to politics.
I'm serious. Do you want a job?
I mean, maybe.
Well, Kinsey's speaks for the planet and packs us to go kill a ghost with her gunslinger boyfriend. I need a chief of staff.
Does it pay good?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Maybe I'm gonna think on it. All right, you got to win the election first.
Oh, good. Then you still work for the bar, right? Come on, you don't be clean this up.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. Yeah. So Kinsey, you and Roland, I assume, and Harry get to work.
Yeah, we don't have cubes. Like,
yeah, there's a point like partway through where you get like a little bit into it, and then like she's like, "All right, so we're gonna need we're gonna need to fix this up." Roland, where's your stash? And you're like, I don't know.
We turned it into guns for the violent revolution.
Right. Okay. I think I got enough that we can stretch it. I'm gonna go get some stuff. Kinsey, go get some stuff. I gotta wait.
She's waiting for Pax.
Yeah, I gotta wait for Pax, right?
A please would be nice. Seeing as how I'm technically your boss still.
I don't know. It sounds like I'm chief of staff.
Well,
you said you were still thinking about it.
You didn't accept the job yet, so he is still the boss.
We're gonna argue semantics. So Kinsey, are you gonna go to, and she like gives you directions to like a secret stash of some machinery cubes that she has. And as Kinsey gets the supplies and Kinsey, Roland, and Harry start like getting to work, just like a montage, putting the like bar back together and covering up some of the cosmetic damage and the real damage, patching up certain things. And there's like certain points where like you kind of decide like it's more important for the bar to look functional than be functional. So maybe we don't fix the soda stream at this moment. Like things like that.
No one coming in here wants a non-alcoholic drink. They can have just hard liquor.
Half of them won't even know the difference. And the three of you start working on things, and then the door opens up, and Pax and Leonard walk into kind of a workshop. As Kinsey, Roland, and Harry are starting to like put the bar back in order. And And that is where we're going to take a brief intermission. I got 9:40 on my clock. We'll be back at 9:50-ish, about a 10-minute intermission. Those of you watching, thank you for watching. Keep watching. We're going to get your drinks, use the restroom, and we will carry on with the finale in 10 minutes' time. See you all then. Hello and welcome back. For those of you who might just be joining us, Kinsey, Pax, and Roland have been dealing with the aftermath of their encounter with Rufus Nash. They have found Harry. Harry is helping Kinsey and Roland put the saloon back in order so that Roland can take visitors during election day. Pax and Leonard made a visit to the secret hideout of all the orphaned children in Tobias Station, and Pax and Leonard had just made their way back to the saloon, opened it up, and saw Kinsey, Roland, and Harry hard at work. I think you walk in, Pax, and there's like tools and like clanking going on as they're like doing a little bit of construction, but of course the jukebox is playing loudly.
Yes, it is.
It's a Joey Rivers song. That goes a bit like this. You and me, we used to be together every day, together, always. I really feel like I'm losing my best friend. I can't believe this could be the end. Looks as though you're letting go. And if it's real, well, I don't want to know. Don't speak. I know just what you're saying. So please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. It keeps going.
Yeah, it does.
But they're all rocking out a bit to it,
Welcome to campaign headquarters.
Okay. That looks pretty good.
Well, that's kind of you.
Well, it's been like an hour, right? So like,
To be fair, it was on fire less than 25 hours ago.
yeah.
Oh, that was yesterday.
That
wasn't
was
it?
yesterday.
That's mind-blowing.
Not to be weird, but like, Kinsey, you think you could like block off that tree pretty soon, right? In
We've
case like
talked.
small children come around.
We're gonna talk to Anton Granger. Kinsey has made clear his plans to, even for a little while, leave, which means the tree has to go forever.
And Roland asked me to be chief of staff.
I did.
Hey, congrats.
She said she'd think about it, so you may be jumping the gun a bit.
Well, congratulations on the offer.
Thanks.
She's
I
just
gotta
weighing-
entertain other office, leave them a little
Yeah.
wanting.
She's highly desirable in many different occupations.
Yeah,
So
we
there.
never did talk pay, Roland.
You didn't ask. That was foolish of you.
Well, where the two of you been?
I met some of your friends down the hall.
Ah. You went to the secret place.
Yeah.
Nice. What do you think? It used to be really bad. Now I think it's kind of homey.
I'd love if it had fresh air and power.
Me too. Write that
Yeah.
down, Roland.
You know why we did all this, right?
I know you don't need to write it down. Honestly,
Okay.
Jokes aside, for whatever it means a lot. to me what the 4 of you, she glances at Leonard, 5 of you did. Oh no, there's only 4. Because that's how math works.
This
can
is what
count
happens
Umbra,
when you
this
don't
is
have a
fine.
teacher.
Problem is Tommy's looking at 4 screens and has like, okay, +1.
Yeah. Well, of course. Are you okay?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah. I mean, we hunkered down, like you said. And when, the gunshots stopped, I looked for you or Salem, and I found Salem. Talked to him for a bit. He caught me up to speed, as far as I know. And then I came down here and I found this place in a sorry state. So, I got the chief and the staff.
Yeah. Well, you're doing a great job. I'm glad you're okay. The kids said you ran out when the big guns started firing. So,
I did. I thought I'd find you on the other end, but it turned out it was Xander.
yeah. Apparently Kinsey gave him my gun.
I suppose you'll be wanting that back, won't you?
He did return it.
He's returned it already, Kinsey.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
I was worried.
I should probably put that away before people come down. So Kinsey, you're gonna go away?
I mean, that's kind of the plan, yes. Tecton Molu thought that I should come back to the canyons.
Oh. Yeah, right. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah. I thought
Fine.
maybe Umbra's was a thing that you were gonna keep doing. But that's okay, because Roland can keep owning it, right?
Well, the quality of food will certainly not keep to standard, but it's
I know
not.
how to cook.
Look, you may know how to cook, but you don't know how to cook, Roland. There's a difference.
It seemed important to you, so I let you the whole time. That's a hard truth you'll have to swallow.
Not if I'm not here. Ah! No, I don't know where my path will lead me, but I know that in the immediate future, that's my plan for now. I mean, I don't know if we're done with this old ghost and the what should we call it? The tale of the ghost and the gun. How about that? How does that?
Are you writing it down?
I mean, it'll take me at least 15 minutes, but I could.
No. Yes,
How do you spell
we can call it that.
ghost?
Nope, that's fine.
Okay,
There's an
cool.
H in it, don't worry.
Where?
It's the second letter.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's
Anyway,
fine.
the tale of the ghost and the gun. It's got quite a ring to it, and I might not be finished with it.
Sure.
What about you? Aren't you staying?
I don't know.
Huh.
I mean, I
it's-
think Roland's whole thing is kicking me out of here, so I don't know. I guess we'll
Yeah.
find out.
Yeah, if your plan is to stay here forever, please change your plan.
Yeah, I don't know. Things are, and I look over to Leonard for a second, up in the air until tomorrow, I guess, or something.
Look, I don't think it makes any sense for any of y'all to make plans right now. Everything's happening so fast. You still got a lot of ducks to get in a row, right?
What do you know?
Roland, let me have this one. As far as
Fine.
I know, you're set to be station master of this station. And that comes with a certain amount of legitimacy. A legitimacy that the name Roland Hollis is lacking at this time.
It was on my docket of things to discuss with the various people who have backed me, that perhaps they might consider what to do about that.
Well, give me tomorrow, and hopefully you won't need to discuss it with anyone.
That would be great.
All right. I think everyone here has earned a little bit of celebration, a little bit of rest.
I'm sure the answer is no, but there are a few other names that I would love to hand to you.
What do you mean?
You can't possibly think that Roland Hollis is the only man I've ever been.
God. Write him on a napkin or something. Let's have some drinks, and let's revel in the fact that we're sitting here on the precipice of something new. Right? Tobias Station ain't going to be the same 3 days from now. That's because of you three. Let's relax. Put on another Joey Rivers song, and I'm teaching Pax a few tricks in chess if anyone wants to join in. Otherwise, we can just relax for a second. And three of you come a long way since I first met you. What, are you proud of them? Is that what you're trying to say? Shut up.
Harry. I instincts. This is why I've offered you the job, but like that one you're supposed to let sit.
What? He was drawing along. All right, fine. You know? Still got a lot to learn, I guess.
Yeah, I'll play some chess with Marshal Leonard Hamish Yen.
Right, so here's the thing. Hamish, ain't no one called me that but my grandma.
Okay.
It was a family name. She forced it on my mom. She wanted it to be my first name, and that was never going to happen. So my mom found, the middle ground, as it were, with the middle name. So every time you say it, I hear my grandma, right? Literally no one in my life has ever called me that. It's weird, is what I'm saying.
Would you like us to stop?
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll do my best.
Kinsey, that's the most I can expect from you.
Yes, it is.
So you're able to have a somewhat relaxing night as Joey Rivers plays through the bar loudly. Some of the classics, you got the Wrecking Ball song. You got a few other classics.
I think when Riding on a Hurricane plays, I actually stand up on the bar and do like a karaoke type thing.
for when Bobby Klein
it's that point of the night.
Yeah. Harry's into it too. She's a big fan of Bobby Klein.
Wild.
And overall, all of you are able to have a pretty decent night. I think let's go for it. You have one final shoot the shit.
Oh no, what?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
God, we're gonna get in a fight in the last
Kinsey,
episode.
there's no time to make it up.
Oh,
This is
no.
it.
Also, all of you can have a grit for excellent roleplay up until now, which will at least allow somebody to maybe make their own luck to get at least one success on this shoot the shit.
Maybe. You know, I did raise my personality by 1, so it's like,
Hey,
Hey.
Ooh.
that's pretty good. Yeah, let's who's rolling shoot the shit with who? You have one final night before the world changes.
I have to pick Pax. I just have to.
Put it all on the line.
All right, Roland.
I'm incredibly torn between wanting to complete this triangle one more time and also like really wanting to shoot the shit with both Leonard and Harry. I guess we got plenty of time. Harry is my chief of staff. We can get to know each other later. And like I'll be at the wedding or whatever, so I'll pick Kinsey.
Cool. Everyone roll a final shoot the shit. Personality,
Oh my God, what?
attribute only test.
God.
It's been a minute. It's been a minute since you guys have shot the shit.
A small thought popped into my head that was like, what if I shot the moon? I'm not going to.
What is the miraculous success you get?
I don't know. Me and Kinsey have been brothers the whole time.
What?
I mean,
I have a question. I still have a wound modifier. Does that play into this test?
Normally,
The-
yes, but I'll go ahead.
Change the target.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
I was gonna say maybe not, but then I realized that every time I give you a negative, you roll an explosion. So I decided to let you have it.
I did roll an explosion.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Who wants to go first? Final shoot the shit of the campaign.
I don't know if I want to set the table or clean up because this is a very good roll.
It depends on what Kinsey got is the thing. We gotta like
Kinsey, it sounds
arrange
like you're
it.
calling the shot. Who should go first?
you know what? I'll go first because I decided to make my own luck 5 times to get 3 successes.
Oh my god. Dear Lord. Okay. All right. So so you got 3 successes. So Kinsey, you and Pax bond over something. Yeah, Joey Rivers is blaring at this point, being like, whoa, 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 whoa. Caught in a bad romance.
So I think at this point, like Roland has given up on us being a team for chess and is like totally like entrenched with playing with
it's
Leonard.
like Roland
Yeah, yeah.
versus Leonard, like
And I,
full
like,
on.
I've been like, I'm gonna go get a drink, and he's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. All right, Yen.
Mhm.
You ever play speed chess?
My friend, you're looking at someone who's played chess every which way there is to play chess. I make it in the top 10 in Alana said every time.
Leonard, I'm 4 of the top 5.
Well then, sir, you got an Omni tool. Set the clock. Let's do this.
Hey, yeah, and Pax, you're coming over to the bar where I assume I'm already making myself a drink.
Sure. Yeah.
Already sick of the chess game, eh?
I hung in there.
Oh,
I-
no. That's not an insult. I think chess is boring as shit.
Oh, I think it's kind of nice. I played it with my dad. I was
Really?
never good at it, but it's kind of like, I don't know, it's something. But I get it. It's hard and I always lose. So it's not actually very fun.
That's why I mostly don't play it. No. Well, it's nice to have fond memories of your parents. I mean, that seems like one of those deeply entrenched ones. Most of my good memories of my parents are fairly new. Well, one parent anyway.
Well, you have the people who raised you, right? Those weren't bad
No,
memories, right?
I
So
suppose
really
not.
you're like 75% good parents.
That's not a bad ratio, I suppose.
I'm running at 50%, so you beat me.
It's so complicated, isn't it? Trying to reconcile yourself with the people who raised you and with the things that they gave you. I mean, I didn't care much for Koenig, but you have to say he was quite the charming man. I mean, I don't know if he truly believed what he was doing was good, but he was damn good at it.
Yeah.
Maybe I
I
should
mean,
send. I'm sorry, what?
no, go.
Maybe I should send the McCharlottes an LRC or something. It has been a moment since I've been back to the homestead.
I bet they'd love to hear from you.
I know they would.
You should do that. I'd love to be able to talk to my dad again. Sorry, that was awkward and weird and like
No. I get it.
yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'm like all in my head about parenting.
I can see why. Yeah.
Yeah, well. Oh my god, can you? No, you can't yet.
No. Not sorry. I can understand why is what I meant. No. You look great. Okay. Well, not
Yeah,
great,
okay.
but you know what I'm talking about.
I get it. No, you're fine.
I
Yeah.
know it's kind of up in the air, but I think if Leonard's with you, I mean, you've got everything you need. Obviously, you can take care of yourself, and if he's there to take care of the rest, I never thought I'd say I'd trust a marshal, but I trust Yen.
Kinsey, can I ask you a favor?
Yeah, sure, anything.
So Leonard said he was gonna take care of, you know, everything, which I kind of assume is maybe like, I don't know, make sure that we're dead or something, like legally.
Right,
Um
yeah.
but if that doesn't work out, like I can't do what my mom did to me. Um Um, and I kind of was wondering if like if it all kind of goes that way, I was gonna um turn myself in. And I wondered if you would um if you would maybe help him, it, them, or like, like I know you have your own stuff, but like you're like the nomads, as dysfunctional as they are, I feel like have like a pretty good thing going on, and they're in the Badlands, and so like nobody would come looking for it, her, him, them. And so maybe you could. Would you do that?
Are you asking me to be the Godfather?
Yeah.
Pax, this is the greatest honor that anyone could ever bestow upon me. And I've come back from the dead. Oh, we'll talk about it later. But
Yeah, that's a story I haven't heard, but like I get what your sentiment is.
Of course, in any possible way that I can.
Okay.
I'm there for your entire family. Pax, you're my roadkin. And if you're my roadkin, Leonard's my roadkin. And your child is absolutely my roadkin.
Okay. And you
You've
make
got
sure that
nothing
they
more.
learn how to read and write before you did.
That, of course, absolutely. And I promise to practice every day so that I'll be a good teacher.
Okay. And you can't take it Kaloo hunting until it's like at least 10.
That's
You
all right.
can't.
Now, we can build for Squonk, though, in the meantime, right?
No.
Oh, come
no
on.
deep
They're just-
ravines,
they're not
no
gonna-
sky high crazy things. You
He's
just
got to learn how to survive
it's
somehow.
got to
You know
stay
what?
alive long enough.
You're right. I'll quit while I'm ahead. I'm ahead. You're absolutely right.
Okay.
But 10 on the 10th birthday.
Yeah. Thank you.
You be careful, Pax. You'll do just fine.
Yeah, we'll see how it. Maybe it'll be nothing, and then you'll just have a cool title, and Roland will be jealous. So who knows? So, also, I think I'm going to sell my portion of the bar to Harry. So,
Look over to Harry. What's this A7 thing? There's no numbers on the board.
Harry, sit down and watch. Sit down and watch and learn.
I've been watching. I ain't learning nothing. I thought this was a thinker's game. This is nothing. This is just moving pieces around.
Stop looking at the pieces, Harry.
Yeah, I think that's a good move.
yeah.
If anybody cares about the bar as much as we do, she certainly
Yeah.
couldn't have done it without it, really.
Yeah. So, anyway. Can you pour me some water? You're
Yeah,
right
for
there.
sure, of course, yes.
Pax, who did you pick?
Roland.
How many successes did you roll?
2.
Roland, you get to learn something about Pax.
What is it you don't know?
I don't know. Pick something for
As
me.
the night carries on and a Deanna Ricci song plays over the jukebox, the two of you find some time apart from everyone else. She's like, "Snow glows on the mountain tonight, not a footprint to be seen. Kingdom of isolation, and it looks like I'm the queen. The wind is howling like this swirling storm inside. Couldn't keep it in. Heaven knows I tried."
Did you win?
Yeah.
Is that a lie?
No. He's very good. A little cautious, but good.
I imagine he'd say you're too reckless.
Oh, certainly.
Do you want a drink?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Dealer's choice.
I'm so thirsty. Well, I'm having water. I don't know. Which one was the one that he said was really bad?
Gin.
Okay, not that one, I guess. And I'll pour something else. I don't think that we should destroy the gun. I don't really want it.
Then I think you have to find someone to give it to, then.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was afraid of. I I just it's the I think if we destroy it, all that does is it means we are without protection from him because he'll come for us either way to find out what happened to it.
I'll try.
I don't care about whatever treasure it is or whatever. It really doesn't matter to me. It's not going to change anything for me. I don't know. I guess that's selfish a little bit. Because, like, it's probably better for the world if he can never find it or something.
Well, he's got all the time in the world. And he doesn't seem to have picked up many tricks in 200 years, but given enough time, anyone can learn anything, I guess. I think the unfortunate truth is that gun is a job offer. And if you don't want it, I think you have to find someone who does.
I don't think I can take it, is the thing.
That's
I
okay.
want it. He's yeah. He's a weird guy and evil and has a weird I don't it feels like he cares about me and I don't like that. So I don't but also I think I have other plans.
I you and Leonard should go and find your happy ending. Whether Leonard pulls diplomatic strings and everything works out, or you conk him over the head and convince him to do what's right and run off to the Badlands so you can have a real life together. Either of those are fine, but you should do one of them.
Yeah, well, I mean I think we'll just have to wait and see. If everything works out, then maybe we'll go searching for him. Or he'll probably come to us. But it kind of just depends on how things fall. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, I feel like I feel like you are hoping for something that isn't necessarily gonna come to pass. I don't think that I don't think this debt can just, like, carry on forever is the thing. Like, my family can't just be cursed
No,
forever.
no, of course not. I would never suggest that you be cursed forever. No, that's terrible. Sorry. Your happy ending is either everything works out with Leonard, and you go and live in Alanastead, presumably, and have a wonderful life with your child and your boyfriend, and everything is great, and there's flowers everywhere, and it's wonderful. Or it doesn't work out with Leonard's strings he's trying to pull, and he says, well, no, I've got to try something else, and then you hit him over the head and you take him to the Badlands, and I fix it.
You can't fix everything. And you don't have to.
No
I
one
know
can
that you're
fix
doing all
everything.
of this stuff for me and Kinsey, but you don't have to. I don't know why. You have other options.
You're missing the. I do have to. And it's not in a roundabout way, it's for you and Kinsey, but it's not really. I have to. Because the two of you are my family. And you protect your family. And even if it wasn't that, the two of you have saved my life dozens of times over. And it's really just a wonderful, nice bow on top if I can save yours forever all at once. This is a thing that I can do. It's a thing I'm going to do. And I'm going to do it for me because I can't bear it to not. Because of what it means for the two of you. So it's for you. But it's because of me.
Okay. I
Good.
promise that's the last time I'm going to try and talk you out of this. You want us to be happy. And I just want the same for you, is all.
I'll figure something out.
I mean, is there anything that would make you happy?
Do you know when you and Kinsey were in the car? I imagine certain you were going to die in a terrible crash.
Yes, multiple times.
Not that you being certain you're going to die, but that makes me happy. That car, as fast as it can possibly go, in terrain that it has no business traversing. When nothing else in the world matters, you either crash or you live. That I enjoy quite a bit. But this I can do for a while.
Okay.
Besides, someone has to teach Harry how to run this place.
Yeah.
Roland, you picked Kinsey, correct?
I did.
How many successes did you roll?
I got 6.
5 million.
All right, Roland and Kinsey, you bond. As the night winds down and Pax and Leonard find themselves tired, Pax, you actually kind of crash really hard at the end of this night.
Oh my god, am I getting my hit points back? I'm so excited.
Harry's already asleep in like one of the bunks, and the jukebox is still on, and it kicks on with a song that you never thought you would hear again, Roland. As Bobby Klein's voice rings out with Badlands Road, take me home to the place I belong, Markham's Landing, Lakeside Mama, take me home, Badlands Road. You realize it's a different recording of it. It's got a little bit more of a somber take. But you burned the cartridge that you thought contained this song. And it's just you and Kinsey alone in the bar.
Roland, I swear I have no idea how this happened. It's not my fault. I didn't know there was another recording. I apologize.
Is that true?
Yes, absolutely.
No, really, I'm not trying. I've turned it off. I'm looking away. Is that true? I genuinely. Either answer's fine. I'm curious.
I might have known that it was on the cartridge, but I was never going to play it again.
Kinsey McCharlotte, you have slipped one past me.
It's been known to happen. Well, no, it hasn't, but
No, it
now it's
hasn't.
happened now.
I'm not even mad. It's impressive. It's good. I feel better about you going off on your own to be an avatar of the elemental forces of Manifest, I guess.
What, you didn't think I could do it without you? I say as I pour us an even pour of whiskey.
Lucid Spark is the virtual whiteboard.
No, I've always known you could do it without me. I just...
to light. It's simple.
Yeah, I mean, Kinsey, you're not... You don't have a heart full of guile and venom. I just assumed you'd have to shoot more people along the way. But, I mean, you got one past me, so who's to say?
Oh, indeed. Maybe you'll make it all right as station master too on your own. I mean, we all know you've got a wicked tongue, but you survived a battle with Captain Morales and Leo Riggs himself.
I shot her. I killed her.
You did, and I watched you run a walker thing into her chopper so that she didn't escape. I mean, who would have thought of that but you?
I'll be honest. I blacked out a little bit in the walker.
Well, here's to you.
Life
Deep
is
front.
old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze.
Badlands Road, take me home to the... Come on, Roland.
I finish my drink and I wing it at the juice box.
Yeah, it like turns off.
I do not like that song.
I'll fix it in the morning.
Yeah. Great for everybody. Fantastic. So the day before the election comes around, and all of you having drank a decent amount and stayed up pretty late, you are all awakened together by Marshal Leonard Yen. He starts with Pax, kind of shakes her way. Hey.
Yeah. What's up?
I need your help waking up Roland and Kinsey. If you can take Kinsey, I don't want him to shoot me.
Yeah.
All right. And he goes, Roland, you go to Kinsey. He like shakes Roland awake, going, hey, you have a meeting with a judge. Come on.
Ow, stop it.
What's the attire?
Not what you're wearing, but you don't have to try too hard.
Okay.
She's
Courtroom
a friend.
casual it is.
What did you say?
Courtroom casual it is.
5 more minutes. Leave me alone. Stop
Kinsey, get up.
flicking my face
Kinsey,
bags.
Kinsey,
No,
get up.
stop
Get
it.
up.
What?
Get up. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Do you want breakfast or something?
I mean, no.
You got to come
Actually-
with me, Kinsey.
Oh, all right.
It's time. It's time you face the letter of the law. You're with me.
Leonard, you're playing a dangerous game. He can't tell. I can.
He grins and he goes, Kinsey, get up. Put on some
Okay,
pants.
I don't need to shoot you, do I?
Do you want to?
I don't want to, but I will if I have to.
Go with the first instinct. Let's go. Come on. After you all get dressed, Leonard leads you through the station into the mid-level, close to the upper crust, into a very nice inn. And he stops in the hallway outside of a room. He goes, I'm at a point to push to Mr. Foster that the judge I wanted to preside over the election was one Cynthia Parker. She's a family friend. Family with a lowercase f.
It's an important distinction.
Right. She's known my mother and my father for, late father for some time, and I called her here because I knew she had some pull. Not just in Fort Dearborn, but in Alonestead as well. And as soon as she agreed to come here to oversee the election, I made sure to arrange a meeting with her this morning. And I dare say I think it went well. So the three of you speak true. Walk in, honest folk. I've done most of the work for you. Just don't be an ass.
Feels targeted.
Let's go. And he opens up the door, and sitting behind, not really a desk, more like a table that's been set up, is a woman in her mid to late 50s. And she looks up at the three of you, kind of sizing up, and goes, well, Leonard, these are the three? Goes, yes, ma'am. Steps off to the side. She lifts back and looks over her spectacles at the three of you and goes, sit.
Take a seat.
Leonard has told me a great deal about the three of you. Many a tale. Some I would dare to think exaggerated. But in the end, he has begun to stir my heart. Now, the three of you owe a debt. Roland Hollis, Kinsey McCharlotte, Patience Davison. And that debt is owed to Alonestead and the Alonestead territory. Now, you've done a great deal of good here in Tobias Station in the Fort Dearborn territory, which garners you some clout but does not pay off your debt. However, Leonard makes an excellent case. I understand the three of you to be people who are washed up in unfortunate circumstances. Perhaps your judgment at the beginning was too cruel. Now, throughout his stories and tales, the young Marshal Yen told me one story of particular importance to me. You found a town named Soldina. Town in need of help. A town you could have blown through. You had the fuel, you had the supplies, and yet you stopped. And you decided to engage in what turned out to be a civil war between two nomad packs. I understand later you learned of your familial connection to the conflict, Mr. McCharlotte, but prior to that, the three of you headed south from Soldina to confront whatever problem lay before you, just solely for the benefit of that town. Your payment, I believe, was nothing but scraps from a wreck. But even that does not interest me. Along the way, you found yourself in a nice, tranquil part of the battle. And there you found something. And Leonard actually looks a little confused at this point. He goes, "A letter, I believe it was. I asked him to spare no detail. Do you have the letter with you? Can you produce it?"
Yeah.
She reaches out her hand. She goes, "Come on then, child."
There you go.
She takes the letter, looks at it, pulls out like a letter opener, guides it open. The seal's already been broken at this point. Slides it out, unfolds it, takes some time reading it. She kind of smiles and goes, "Fortunately for the three of you," folding it together, "I happen to know Miss Mary Winters." Slides it in her envelope. "She is my wife. Doesn't go by Winters. Hasn't gone by Winters for some time, but before she was married to a kind fella named George Standing, who disappeared some time ago." Holds it out, looks at it, and she goes, "I'd much like to deliver this letter to my wife, if it pleases you."
Yeah, absolutely.
Sets it off to the side, slides it out of the way, and goes, "How long have you been holding on to that letter, Mr. Hollis?"
God. Well, a bunch of birds tried to kill me, more or less for it. 6 or 8 months now?
It's quite some time. You would think
No,
at some point you would have given up the task.
I always kind of figured we'd get to it eventually.
Well. Fortunately for you, the Yens are well trained in the way of pulling on heartstrings, she says, winking at Leonard. And she goes, and because of that, I've pulled on some strings myself. Mr. Hollis, there is no way in any world that you can become the station master of Fort Dearborn when an entire territory is out for your head. But ultimately, I think the good you've done in the world has outweighed most of the evil. And as a result, she pulls out like a piece of paper, sets it down, slides it over to the three of you. She says, the three of you sign this paper, and all charges against you on the territory of Alanistead will be suspended. The three of you, of course, will be beholden to appear before a judge, one, she checks a note, Chilton Beckford, within the next 100 days to officially receive clemency from the Alanistead territory. During the terms of this agreement, you are bound to travel within Alanistead for the sole purposes of appearing before Chilton Beckford. Once he grants you clemency, you will be allowed to live a free life. And she slides off another paper and she goes, now, Yen, this is the paper you will need to sign. And with all four of your signatures and your promise to appear before the Honorable Judge Beckford, all of your past sins can be behind you. And you can start a new life. You, surely, can be a station master of Tobias Station. And the other two, you can live whatever lives you think will give the best future to manifest that you can presume, she says, looking at Pax specifically. This is the best offer the three of you will ever receive. If I recall, Leonard previously attempted to pull strings, and you were mostly consigned to servitude. Leonard's not a judge. I am. You'll not go higher than me, no matter how touching your story is, and the people you've helped, she says, glancing towards the envelope that she's taken from you.
What's that one? The one that Leonard's to sign?
A minor agreement between him and state. The Yen estate accepts liability if the parties in question either do not appear in Beckford's court or engage in any illegal activity prior to their appearance in Beckford's court. The three of you swear to live honorable lives from here on out, and the Yen estate has nothing to fear.
Kinsey looks to Roland.
Roland is contemplating which meetings he has to take when, and how soon he can get to Alanistead. Because I I am going to commit some crimes moving forward.
Pax, as you nervously look to Leonard, he does take your hand.
I sign it.
Pax reaches out to one of the pens positioned on the table, pulls it out of its housing, and signs above her name.
Good enough for me. And Kinsey will sign his mark. He knows how to write now, but that's still his signature.
Yeah.
Kilburn still likes me. I'm gonna need to charter a jet, and I take the pen and I sign my name.
Kilburn of Kilburn Carrier Services.
Yeah, he's a good bloke. Did some work for him.
It was his service that arranged for my immediate arrival to Tobias Station.
Pretty fast plane, did it seem?
Absolutely. I've heard of a few faster, but none in the mercantile business.
Probably something weird over in Iron Harbor, like Waypoint.
She smiles at that. And you sign as well, Roland?
Yeah.
She goes, excellent. Well, with this underway, your opponent can hold no crime over you, Mr. Hollis. You are in the mind of Alanisted for 100 days hence. Considered a free and honorable man. You need only break your word to the territory to prove otherwise. So I suggest you find the time.
Oh, believe me, it's first on my list.
Excellent. But for now, it would be improper of me to wish you the best of luck tomorrow.
It certainly would.
She nods.
Well, I've got a campaign to run. Thank you for your time and also everything else. I've got to go.
And she, gestures to the door for you, Roland.
Yeah, I get up and I head towards Kilburn Courier Service. I'm not going to get there, before the election, but, maybe a couple days after, you know?
Pax and Kinsey.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I truly appreciate it. I can't tell you what this means. And he'll kind of, bow on his way out.
Please. Mr. McCharlotte.
Yes.
Out of your companions, you are the one who seems to have the most blood on his hands. I understand life outside the law can blur the lines between right and wrong. I hope in the future you can begin to understand what is really important in life.
I am sure that my path will lead to such a distinction.
Good luck with that, Mr. McCharlotte. I would hate to find your name in the papers later.
As would I, Your Honor, as would I.
And Kinsey leaves. Leonard stands up, reaches out a hand towards Pax.
Yeah, I take it.
Miss Davison.
Yes,
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor?
She smiles a bit. And then she says, You are not beneath the people around you. From what Leonard tells me, everything that was achieved here in Tobias Station was achieved at your behest. Generations from now, the denizens of Tobias Station will not know your name and will not know your contribution. Generations from now, people who walk in the circles that Leonard and I do will think them better than you. Will think you lower than them, especially if they know of your past. But what you must understand is your past, your personhood, does not put you in a place below any other person. You are not the one who was meant to inherit your contract, Patricia Davison. Your father should have been the one. Yet you stepped forward. You signed on to that life and you stuck it out until no one else could be harmed when you made a run for it. Putting myself in your position, I don't even know I'd have the courage to step forward in the first place. You are someone to be admired, Patricia. People should endeavor to follow your footsteps, but they'll never hear of them. So all you can do is continue to do the best you can. With a clean slate, I imagine that is a great deal. Make sure you appear before the judge within 100 days. It would be an awful shame for such potential to be put to waste.
Thank you. Your Honor.
Please. Cynthia. We'll cross paths again, I'm sure. I'm basically his aunt.
Right.
And take care of the little one.
Yeah.
If it comes out a girl, don't forget. Cynthia. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Leonard puts an arm around you and guides you out of the room.
Mhm.
I'm sorry about that.
She's just trying to help.
She's very opinionated, but she's not wrong. That's what I told her. The three of you done more good than you done bad.
Well, maybe. I hope so. I guess. Ugh. I'm just. Yikes. I didn't. What happens? What happens if we can't make it?
Well, and the Yen estate takes on your debt.
Okay.
That may seem big to you, but we sell a summer house here and there, and then all of a sudden we have twice as much money. I wouldn't fret it. Though I would prefer you appeared before the judge. That makes your life a lot easier down the road.
Yeah. No, I know. I just. It feels like a trap.
You never got a break. It's the best I can get you. A genuine break.
Okay. Well, I don't have a present for you, so
Sure you do. It'll just take a while. And then you like get down to the lower levels and you see a line. A line that Roland and Kinsey saw before. A line that leads to Umbra's.
Oh, I did need to get to Kilburn's before I went back to Umbra's.
Sure.
That was the
A
thing.
line that Kinsey saw before. A line that leads to Umbra's. That's even better. You do get to Kilburn's, Roland.
Great. Danny,
Mr. Hollis.
I need to charter 2 jets.
Right.
The first one needs to leave and go to Ilonstead as soon as I can convince a couple of my friends to come and take it.
All right.
If it can land at Chilton Beckford's house, he's a judge. It should.
I ain't gonna make my... I don't know where that is, but I ain't gonna make
Okay.
any of my pilots land anywhere that's not an official airstrip.
No. They should land at the official zone, but it's so important they get to Chilton Beckford to speak with him. The second one, I need to leave probably a week. God, I want it to be less, but I don't think I can run out the door right after I win an election. The first one, it goes to Ilonstead, and then wherever they want to go after. And the second one goes right there and back.
This is an awful lot of favors you're asking there, Hollis.
Yeah, what do you want?
I'm trying to teach you a little bit about something with politics in Tobias Station, Roland. You don't owe me anything. Your requests are perfectly reasonable. I will ask for the appropriate payment, and I will be patient in its reception. Give you some time to undo whatever's been done around here. But I imagine for the next 48 hours, you're going to have a lot of people who are asking for you to make a lot of promises. Be careful what you promise. People in Tobias Station, they tend to remember. Best politicians, Eddie Copeland, one of them. God rest his soul, I suppose. He was good at the dance. Making people understand he'd do his best without making them feel like he wasn't going to do enough. Ride that line, Roland Hollis? You're going to have a good time. Goes without saying, you have my vote. He looks to the 2 planes that you've outfitted with a million very good things.
It's sound advice I'll take to heart.
Been here for a while. Seen a few station masters. Eddie Copeland was a good man. And Darius Masterson's going to try to use that against you. Are ready for that. Just try not to make it too personal. Let him be the bad guy.
Oh, that won't be hard.
I'll make sure your planes are chartered. Just write down the names there. They get a free pass.
Thank you. I will repay you the appropriate amount as soon as I am able.
No need to worry. Honestly, I underpaid you.
Well, we take what we need when we need it.
Good luck
And
tomorrow.
I head back to the bar.
There's a line. But before you get there,
Promising.
Roland, Kinsey, you are the first there. I'm not going to ask what happens leading up to the moment that Pax finds you. But how does Pax find you?
I mean, I assume I have figured out why there's a line. Are people just there to come to the bar?
No, you figure it out pretty quick. They're like, we're here to talk to Mr. Hollis. We hear he's gonna run for mayor tomorrow.
Yeah, I think she finds me like running around the place, trying to like serve people things and make sure that they're comfortable, make sure that they have a little something to eat. Not necessarily asking for anything, but like being like, oh yes, Roland Hollis, he is doing great. Might need a little money for the campaign if anybody can spare anything. But yes, yeah, please.
Kinsey's giving out food and drink left and right for free as he desperately tries to to campaign for Roland.
Okay. Kinsey, who is here first?
Oh, good, you're here.
Kinsey, who was here first?
I think it was her.
Okay.
Harry barks out from the bar. Yeah, definitely her, and then him and her next.
Thank
Good.
you, Harry.
Okay. All right. Kinsey, bring that plate of stuff back over here. Come here.
I was gonna refill it.
Just
Fine.
come
I'll bring
here.
out
Just
another
come
plate.
here. Just come here. Okay.
all right.
So I guess this is what we're doing. Everybody gets, how long was that line? Like 200 people? 100 people? 500
I don't
people?
know
How many?
Eight-
So many people.
80 to 100.
Okay, cool. Everybody gets, Kinsey, are you good at math? 5 minutes? How long is that? Is that like 100 hours? I don't know. No, 100 people can't be 5 minutes each. It's
No. It's
30 people. That's 5 minutes with some breaks. Probably everybody gets 5 minutes with Roland, and then he moves on to the next table. That's when you bring food to that table.
Okay.
And
So wait until.
no free drinks.
Okay, I
Starting
won't
now.
tell anybody else
Starting
about
now.
the free
Starting
drinks.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
All right, sure.
I'll
I'll
s-
take this. Yep.
Okay. And then we'll just move Roland, and then we'll just fill in the next seat, and we'll send that person on their way. And Harry,
Yeah.
listen to whatever they want, and if Roland says yes or no, like just over here, don't be there, and then just spy, and then write it down, and then we'll have a list of things.
Sure, I can tell you Mr. Johnson wants this, and Miss Masterson wants this.
Yeah. Oh, if you could pre-interview them, that's really good.
That would have been a good idea. I should have done.
No, I mean, obviously Harry has already. So,
Right.
Yeah, and then do you want the job, I guess?
Is this binding?
No, just for today.
Yes, yeah, no, I'm here
Okay,
to help.
great.
Yeah.
And then I am going to be right back. And I go in the kitchen and I throw up a little bit.
You all right?
Yeah. Hmm. Yep. Fine.
All right. Roland, you arrive. The bar is packed. Umbra's is packed. And Kinsey and Harry, their eyes lock onto you. Everyone's eyes lock onto you. A couple people start clapping when you walk in. And then Harry grabs you and is like, walk with me, walk with me, walk with me.
Okay, yeah. How we doing? You look like you're doing well. Thank you.
Stand behind this. She goes to that little alcove that Kinsey used to serve food. She's like, this is gonna be your desk, all right? She sets down a notepad that these are names. Find the name when I say the name. I figured out what they want. I'll bring you more paper later. I haven't gotten to everyone.
Harry, you're doing an excellent job.
Yeah.
I've played this game before.
Right. Perfect.
Keep up the good work.
This is what they want. That's why you know a thing or two. You look at her notes, and it's definitely something that's someone's worried about, the fees. Someone's worried about like stable like fees. Someone's worried about like the airflow. But also there's a little bit of commentary on the left and right of the notes where Harry has given out her personal opinion of them, which actually is stuff like stuck up. Wishes they came from money. Like things like that.
This is perfect. She's gonna be good at this.
This is Miss Clemson. She would like to talk to you, Mr. Hollis.
Miss Clemson, welcome to the Umbras. What can I do for you today?
And you see, like, recently widowed, lonely. And so you like hold her hand like a little bit longer and like talk to her and like listen to like she rambles a little bit, but you make her feel like it's not weird that she did because she just wants someone to talk to. And like you give her like a good personal, like you don't even make any promises. It doesn't matter. She just literally wants you to be a person who's like a human to her. Doesn't treat her weird. And you're able to achieve that. And like basically based on her notes and everyone else, I want you to roll a manipulate test at a +2.
Okay. Am I dressed to impress?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're a court casual?
You
is
hit
it?
court casual, so
Okay. And did I actually rest last night?
yes.
Okay. So I am no longer exhausted then.
Yes.
And presumably, this is my first impression with many of these people.
Everyone.
Okay.
Almost everyone, but we'll get to that.
We've done it. 17.
Nice.
I cannot describe how good a feeling it is to get an explosion on a 17.
It is awesome.
Great. That's 6 hits.
You do a wonderful job, Roland. Between like your ability to adapt to social situations and Harry's like a little bit cynical notes on everybody, you do an amazing job talking to everyone who wants to talk to you. And they're not all lower levels people. There's like maybe a handful, no more than 6 of upper crust people who came here to get a read on you. And you do an amazing job shifting the gear to like, I am a human being to I am a human being with money. Like you're able to like, you immediately understand what they believe to be important. And you do a great job of convincing those 6 upper crust people that you are legitimately the best choice for Tobias Station.
Yeah, we can certainly see about having the stream flow off the western edge instead of the eastern edge.
You actually find like a decent amount of their stuff is a lot more like nitty gritty financial based.
Yeah.
And like some of it's very superfluous. Like they're like, well, I think my view could be better. Perhaps they don't get to build a 6th level on that hospital. Like stuff like that, where you're like, well, we'll see. Maybe we raise your entire building up a level. Like
Are you living on the top floor? Are you sure?
You're like, I could move you up. Who lives above you? Like that kind of stuff. Like you find a way to make those people happy, but then you also find like a decent amount of people who are like super concerned about like this movement of taking care of poor people, basically, where they are afraid that somehow affects them. And you are able to legitimately, like through like pure just like understanding of how the financials of Tobias Station works, because you've looked at Morales's books, you're like, it's not gonna affect you though.
You will see literally 0 effects of this in your day-to-day.
And like a couple people have a lot of prejudice towards people in the lower levels, and you do a good job massaging that into being like, well, you know, they're people too. And they're like, they're people? Like things like that. Like you do a decent job with those 6. And in general, you're able to just kind of like build a very good base of people who have been interested in you, and you find out why they're interested in you, and then you just like drive that home. And one thing that occurs to you from beginning to end, this is like 6 hours of just meet and greet. One thing that occurs to you from beginning to end throughout this journey is that you didn't lie once. The whole time you were able to find a solution that could work if just there was a little bit of understanding and a little bit of patience. And you end the night, late into the night, exhausted, knowing that you took all of those people's concerns to heart, directed them into like productive conversation, and then realized that you could do something that met their requirements and you didn't have to lie to them. And at the end of the night, Umbra's clears out. Kinsey packs, Roland, Harry, Leonard is asleep. And Kinsey, you have a moment of respite. Pax, you have a moment of respite. Harry slumps down in a stool or in a booth, and then just like looks to the side and goes, "I'm gonna go to sleep. That okay, boss?"
Yeah.
All right. She slams down onto the thing.
Okay. So, tomorrow the two of you should get on the jet I chartered to Alonistad. It'll take you there, and then from there wherever you want to go.
What? No, we have to stay.
No, you have to talk to a judge very soon.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be tomorrow. We could go with you when you can go.
You can wait if you want. I don't think you should. But I'm physically incapable of compelling you to do anything.
Well, I mean, we have to vote.
Sure.
Unless
Yes.
you've got some sort of ballot that we could fill out and mail in, but that's not a thing.
That sounds terrible.
Point is, it's taken care of.
Can I take Umbra, or will I have to come back and get him?
I mean, it's a courier service. They probably moved animals before.
Yeah, but he's never been in a plane. Maybe it's best if I go by myself.
I don't know animals well enough to advise you one way or the other. Use your best
Fair.
judgment. You're the outdoorsy one. Talk to Manifest. What does it say?
What? I mean, you could come back. Do you want to stay in Alonistad?
Me?
No,
Oh,
Kinsey.
okay.
He's leaving his jackalope. He could leave his jackalope here, right? You could talk to him from presumably anywhere. He'll be fine, right? You can still do that. Was that like
Is that
a one
thing you
time
can
like?
do? Is that part of this other thing?
What other thing?
I assume so. Oh, I didn't talk to... I can talk to Umbra with my brain. I also came back from the dead packs, and Manifest wants to keep me alive so I can talk to the Ophidian clan about things.
That was about my reaction. To be fair, a ghost tried to kill us yesterday. so it's not the wildest thing I've heard or seen.
Yeah, sure. I yeah.
Yeah, I suppose, I mean, if you're coming with me, I can tell you about it on the plane ride.
I'm a little scared to go.
But it's just a pop off and a pop back, isn't it?
It just doesn't feel real. It feels like a trap. It feels like too good to be true, and
If
I'm
anyone
not
other than Leonard
lucky.
Yen had arranged it, I would feel the same way. But that man doesn't have a truly dishonest bone in his whole body.
Well, we're not going before we find out whether you're station master or not.
Sure, whatever. Stay for the results. My point is, when you're ready, it's all taken care of. No.
Where did you even get the money for it?
As it turns out, doing nice things for people inclines them to do nice things for you.
I've been telling you that for so long, Roland. Are you kidding?
No,
Are you kidding?
that was my way of explaining that a man has done me a favor. I understood that. I have chosen not to in the past.
Okay, well, you know.
You want to know something wild?
Yes.
I have not told a lie today.
But you talked with all those people.
I did, and as it turns out, their problems are fixable.
Well, I have a complaint.
Okay,
I have a problem.
sure.
There are all of these orphans, and they need a school and a safe place to live and a way to eat.
Yeah, I can deal with that.
Honestly, Roland, given your background, like any other drifter, I would have to make them roll. But you have the educated background. You know people that you can contact to become like schoolhouse teachers in Tobias Station.
You know, I
Like you have a
actually
list
know,
of like 4 to 8 people long.
I actually know like half a dozen people who never actually seemed to mind that I had been impersonating someone with a legitimate PhD the whole time. They just enjoyed my company and conversation.
You don't have a PhD.
Well, I have a PhD.
No, you
Strictly speak-
don't.
Strictly speaking, have I earned said PhD in the eyes of the university? No.
I always thought that was the truth you built the lie on. That you had actually gone to
Do
school.
you know how long it takes to get a PhD?
No.
No, not
It's
at all.
years. It's years for a piece of paper that says you know this better than anyone else. The piece of paper's all you need. They just trust you. No one reads your dissertation.
I was busy instead of going to college.
No, I understand. It's not a judgment on you. It genuinely warms my heart that you thought that was the thing that I had done and then built a lie around that.
Wow. Yeah, well, I'm glad that you have people who also don't care about that fake story that I believed for a very long time. Of
You
course
never
not.
asked.
I'm so dumb. Of course. I'm so dumb. All right, well. I know you too. I know you. I shouldn't believe that.
In my defense, rather your defense, I'm very convincing.
Not that convincing, not anymore.
Well,
Not
just went
to
all
me.
day without telling a lie. Gonna fix every problem in Tobias Station. It's gonna be the jewel of the Badlands.
I hope so. I hope so.
Okay. So we will fast forward to the next day. Starts out early, and it starts out with very early, around like a little bit like 3 or 4 hours after the sun rises. The two people who are contending for station master will give a speech. The bazaar has never been so crowded. Full of people, shoulder to shoulder, chest to back, watching, waiting for the next person to step up and make their claim for station master. The MC of the situation is Gray Foster.
Of course he is.
He's talking to the crowd, basically explaining, what has happened so far to anyone who doesn't know. Basically, just kind of telling people in general, like, these are your two choices. This is what's happened. We have to, like, put Tobias Station on the right track. That kind of thing. There's a moment before, and Roland, at this point, that Darius Masterson is set to speak before you. And this is the first time since you learned that he was your opponent that the two of you are in the same room. You stand a little bit. It's actually the same area that Pax was set to be hanged from. The trap door is shut. And then down that hall, the same location where you and Kinsey distracted and then intimidated your way past 4 guards. That same location is where you and Darius Masterson are being held. And he looks to you, and this is the first time you've seen the man. He has like a goatee, medium-sized like ponytail. His hair's pulled back into a nice ponytail. His hair is very clean. You notice he's wearing just a little bit of makeup to be able to be seen better from the crowd. And his attire is elegant, but also plain. Plain enough to like play to the lower crowd while still being extremely elegant and able to like signal to the upper class that he is one of them, a person of money. And he's like, he adjusts his ascot and then like checks a mirror and then turns to you as the two of you have a moment to speak.
Can I ask you a question?
Well, you can ask it. I'm not going to promise to answer.
Sure, of course. Why do you want this job?
Why wouldn't I? I headed to buy a station.
I mean, you know what it entails, right?
Sure, you gotta make deals with the the Canooms and the Sheffields and the Acostas, but I mean, I'll make any deal I have to. The pay is great.
It's money.
Isn't it always?
No. You know you could make more money doing other things, right?
But those things require more work, don't they?
You live here, right?
Most times. A lot, soon to be a lot more.
Sure. So, your plan, just so I understand, is to, for money, go out for yourself, make any deal that you have to, offer anything to anyone, and leverage everything you have to sit in a chair so that you can be in charge of Tobias Station because it pays well.
I ain't gonna be in charge of Tobias Station. I'll let the families take care of that.
Darius, do you know why you're going to lose? Because the last person who did that, I killed. And I am going to be in charge of Tobias Station when I sit in that chair.
Sure you are. We'll see what the
No.
people
Stop
had
talking.
to think.
Look into my eyes. I am going to be in charge of Tobias Station when I sit in that chair.
His like face dwindles. He looks at you. He gulps. He goes, "To hell with you, Drifter. This ain't your town." And then like Gray Foster goes, "Mr. Darius Masterson." And everyone like applauds, and he like pulls away from you, like recoils almost, and works his way towards where he can give his speech.
Careful. They can smell blood.
He like you can see the stiffness in him as he stops himself from looking over his shoulder at you. And he gets to the railing, and the applause dies down, and he goes, "People of Tobias Station, I stand here appealing to your sensible natures. The occurrences of this week are unprecedented. Violence and barbarism like we never seen shook this station to its core. A woman we trusted with our safety turned out to be no more than a liar and a murderer. Now, I knew Eddie Copeland. I even served under him his first year in office on the board of logistics. Now, to me, Eddie was a friend. Thing is, Station Master Copeland gravely misjudged his choice of security chief. That much is clear. And I must commend those that endeavored to bring this to light. But I must implore you not to make the same mistake. What you see is what you get with me. A businessman, a father, a proud citizen of Tobias Station, going on 40 years now. I ain't been here for no summer. I've been here for almost life. Now, with me as your station master, you needn't fear ulterior motives, criminal ties, or murderous intent. My past is an open book. I've got nothing to hide. Can you say the same for anyone else? No. A vote for Masterson is a vote for a peaceful, lawful Tobias Station. The way it was meant to be. The way Copeland wanted it. And he steps down from the podium, and everyone like gives him applause. There's a pretty loud swell as he steps back. And he goes, "Good luck, Drifter."
I hope your summer home's nice. And I step out onto the stage.
Crowd goes silent.
I know these aren't supposed to be responses to each other, but I do have to take issue. The violence and barbarism of the last week is not something unseen in Tobias Station. It's actually quite common. Now, I haven't been here for very long, that's true, but I've spoken with a great many of you who have been. Morales didn't become a corrupt despot 4 months ago. She had been a corrupt despot the whole time. The Tobias Station of the past years, if that's what Eddie Copeland wanted, Eddie Copeland was the wrong man for the job. This is the place that you live. You make your families here, you make your lives here. This place needs to be protected. It's not the job of the station master to make sure the hangars run on time and the fees are collected. It's to make sure the people who live here want to make the hangars run on time and know their fees improve where they live. I'm not a businessman. I don't try to make money. Sometimes you need money to do things. That's what the job is. If you want a better Tobias Station tomorrow than you had yesterday, vote for me. I'll do it. I can and I will. And many of you have talked to me and know that that is true. And if you haven't talked to me, I showed up 4 months ago, and now we're here. So consider the Tobias Station you'd like to live in tomorrow when you vote today. Because it can be better, and I would like to help make it that way. And then I walk off stage.
Go ahead and roll manipulate at a +2.
Okay. I don't know if it's opposed. I use all 3 uses of my rehearsal today, so it's at a -6. And you know what? No, you know what? That grits for later. Does Dress to Impress and First Impression apply here?
Yes.
And you
You're
said a
up
+2?
Yes, and you're up against a 2. Because how many rehearsals did you spend?
3, so they're at a -6.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
I have legitimately rolled 2 17s here in this roll.
Oh no.
This is maybe the best I've rolled in a session of Manifest ever. That's 6 hits.
Yeah. Massive swell of applause. Like embarrassingly more passionate than Darius Masterson. And you walk by him. You don't even say anything to him. You just walk by him and go to the area where you are supposed to stand to take questions. And he is slack-jawed and astounded as the applause carries you all the way down the hall, down the stairs, into the center of the bazaar where you take your post. And then throughout that exchange, because you got 6 hits, you're able to continue doing the same thing. You again find yourself not in a position where you need to lie. You even a couple times, there are a couple times where people question your attachment to the family, and you find a way to kind of, without saying anything untoward, you're able to explain to these people that, like, that's kind of the reality of Tobias Station, that you are someone who can handle it. They bring up a couple names. They bring up like Acosta's, which you also realize you haven't heard from a Severina Acosta since your meeting with Salem Bahara. And
it's either very good or very bad.
and you hear about the Canoums, and like people like bring them up, and you're like, you know what? The thing is, they have these hangars, but what they take from Tobias Station does not affect you, is like the things you're able to kind of like guide it to. Being like, you would like throw numbers at them. Like, this is how much they take. this is how much I can give you. Like, and the number is bigger because it's a broader thing where you're like, the lower levels can take this much, and it's like a massive number. You've studied Morales's data pad. You understand the intricacies of the station. And then there's one point where, as you're like kind of finishing your honor roll, and like people are like shaking your hand and like going off to the voting booth. And then there's a moment where you look up, you see a familiar face. It's none other than Professor Granger. And he goes, Roland?
Dr. Granger.
I do believe, Kinsey, Ken, exchange some words with you about my progress, my loyalty.
I've heard you're doing incredible work.
But I must say, Roland, I find myself at an impasse. I find it difficult to vote for a man that I do not know I can trust. I expected to find you before today, at my doorstep, to explain yourself for the deceit and the lies you laid before me. You said that your work on the vents was approved by the laws that there were, but they were not. And while you find yourself here in this position, I know that you did not come from a legitimate place, that you came from a place of lies and deceit, and how am I to know that you will not find yourself to that place in the future? I believe you have something to say to me, Roland. And he squares his shoulders, and you know he's like saying, like, non-verbally, he's saying, like, Kinsey promised that you would say that you are sorry.
Do you want to know what I see when I look at you, Dr. Granger? I see a brilliant man, utterly preoccupied with what other people think of him. You are, without a doubt, certainly the smartest botanist and biologist I've ever met. And probably one of the best botanists and biologists on Manifest. The work you are doing in your lab is utterly and completely groundbreaking. It is a travesty that your university saw the best way to use you as to give you a pile of spurs and kick you out the door. I am not sorry for deceiving you, Anton Granger, because your mind sitting in your lab, working on only what someone has told you you are allowed to look into, is a crime I will not permit. It is shameful that your colleagues have treated you in such a way as you believe that is what you are meant to do. So if you want an apology, then fine. I am sorry I gave you permission to be utterly luminous. I'm sorry I let you get samples of the mold in the vent so that you could solve this problem for me. I'm sorry you are a genius and your colleagues are threatened by it.
I always knew you were a good man. I just didn't know the extent. Roland Hollis, you have my vote.
Thank you, Dr. Granger. I'm going to need your work as soon as you can.
Absolutely, my good man. Absolutely. And he shakes your hand with both hands fervently and then rushes off to the voting booths. And the day continues. Eventually, people stop like lining up, and now it's just people are just kind of voting throughout. Like they get off work, and it's not expected of the candidates. They're still around, but like you don't have like the booth set up anymore to like take questions or anything like that. And around that time, as the votes are still being counted, the sun is starting to get a little bit low in the day. Everyone's attention is drawn by the absolute cacophony of a chorus of engines on the western side of the mesa. Massively oppressive sound rings through the station, and all three of you look out as you watch the Riveteers pull up to Tobias Station. And as you step out into the setting sunlight, couple doors open up, Riveteers start stepping out, and a voice booms out over all the noise. Kinsey McCharlotte! Get your ass over here so I can take a look at you. And Tusk steps out, whipping off her face mask, setting it onto her war wagon, and putting out both arms for her son.
Good to see you too, Mummy.
Now, where's that jackalope of yours? Did you kill it already?
Very, very nearly, but he's a tough old bird. Is he near enough that I can call him with any sort of like immediacy?
Relatively, yeah. You're able to like send out a message to him. He like stops for a second. There's a person feeding him at the time, and Umbra looks up, and the guy goes, "Oh hell!" And Umbra bursts out of his pen and runs out, and doors open up to the stables, and he goes running up towards you, and she goes, "Oh hell, holy hell, that's impressive." Pax, you see various nomads from the Riveteers come up to you, including Grease. He doesn't like come up and like give you a hug or anything. He comes up and like gives you like a salute, as everyone else who you've kind of made friends with throughout, giving them a bunch of gas and stuff like that, come up and shake your hands and hug you and ask you how things have been and so on. And then through the mass of the crowd, Roland, you're being bombarded by people as well. And through the mass of the crowd, there is a slight part, and you see like clearly through the crowd, Roland, Red Wheel meeting your eye.
Yeah, whatever. Hold on.
And she starts walking off.
Okay. I'm not doing anything else at the moment. I follow her.
Cool. So you follow her, and you find yourself going up some stairs in the in the main levels of the station, while Kinsey and Pax are being bombarded by the Riveteers. Kinsey and Pax, the general impression you get here is the Riveteers are extremely excited to find out the results of this election. They've heard through the LRCs who's running for station master, and they are here to support Roland. And you look around, you realize you don't know where Roland is. And Roland, there's a point where you catch up with Red Wheel, and two kind of they're not any of the original security team, but you recognize them to maybe perhaps be family.
Mm-hmm.
Who are here protecting the hallway that leads to the station master's quarters.
Mm-hmm.
And they've stopped Red Wheel. And they're like, "Sorry, ma'am, you're going to have to find another way."
James, it's fine. She's with me.
They look to you, look at each other. They step out of the way.
That's probably a good sign.
And you and Red Wheel walk up together. She doesn't say anything yet. She turns to you, sizes you up and down, and she goes, "You look clean."
I am.
How's that feel? I hear you're going to be in charge of this little homestead.
Not as good as I'd hoped, better than I'd feared.
What's that mean? She says, and she opens up the door, and you two walk into the station master's estate. Seems like it's been repaired since Pack has come through.
That's great. You've been in positions where you've felt that need inside yourself to do things that you don't necessarily want to do, but on the face bad for the people you care about. This is that. And I had feared that it would be more of what I had done. And I was prepared to play that game. I am very good at that game. And it's not that game. And I had hoped that maybe it might all fix itself. But that's not really how it works. And where I've landed is that this is something entirely new at which I am apparently quite good, that I can and will do. But it's not what I'd love to do.
You do know how to play a lot of different parts, don't you, Roland?
I can be many things to many people, but
I'm wondering who it is you really are. Cards on the table. Dangerous, given the kind of person you are. But cards on the table, I've been thinking about you a lot. Thinking about my roadkin, about the Riveteers. Imagine my surprise when I found out Roland Hollis was going to settle down and become the prom of prom.
might not be forever.
You're here to make a difference?
I think I am.
Well, I'm not here to change that. Way the LRC's put it, you and Kinsey and Pax made a hell of a change. I can respect that. There's something about you, a softness, a willingness to care for others, despite how disadvantageous it will be for you. Got a whiff of it before. But this, she says, gesturing to the area, and she goes, this is one hell of a cage to put yourself in, Roland.
What would you do to save your roadkin?
She smiles at that and goes, you find an exit. Find a way out of this situation you've resigned yourself to. You find me. You find the Riveteers. You bring King Slayer along. We can make a new Badlands. We can forge our own path. You and me. Hand in hand if you want it. She takes your hand.
Do you know, I've talked to hundreds of people today. And not one of them has said anything as remotely appealing as that, I say as I kiss her.
She kisses you back. And that lasts for a little bit. She doesn't pull away for a few minutes. And then eventually she pulls back, puts a hand on your chest, and goes, "Save it for the road there, Jack."
Can I tell you something I haven't told anyone?
Please do.
That was the name my parents gave me. It hasn't been me for some time, but it was me when I stole cars.
Well then, she puts a hand on your cheek and kind of caresses it. Maybe you'll find your way back there. Though I do kind of like Roland. And she gives you a kiss again. And then there's a knock on the door.
This is the job, I guess.
There's a few
Come in.
a few more knocks on the door. You open up a few more knocks on the door. They're like, "Hello, Chief of Staff here."
Who is dead or dying?
Results are in as far as it's concerned.
And they're expecting me? Yes, I guess. It seemed good when the goons let me by into the house.
You want to know how good it is? Well, most of the votes are in at this point as Harry walks in.
Harry, red, Harry.
Hey. Hello? Okay then. Most of the votes are in at this point. Now we got a very, very respectable 437 to Masterson. But a much, much more respectable 901 for Hollis. There ain't no way Masterson can clear up the lead. It's been done for some time. Roland, you're gonna be station master.
You want the job for real? Last chance to back out.
She sits there for a second and you can read, she's like, I don't actually know what it entails. I've just kind of been an asshole this whole time. But he said I was doing a good job. She does like mental math for a second and she goes, youngest chief of staff in the Tobias Station history. How can I pass that up?
Great. Happy to have you aboard. Is there anything I have to do in the next 10 minutes?
No, I mean, I don't think so.
Leave now.
Okay. And she walks out. And you and Red Wheel are alone for a little while. Kinsey and Pax, you're in the sea of Riveteers. And you eventually do find your way to each other. And there's a point where maybe a couple 2 minutes pass, and then Harry steps up holding on to like a pillar and like steps up to like shout out to the Riveteers and other people like, Hollis has seized it. Roland Hollis, new station master of Tobias Station. It's official. Pass it on.
Ride to die!
Ride to die! Ride to die! And like horns just start like.
I can't believe he did it. Well, I can believe it, but I still can't believe it somehow.
I'm with you, yeah. Where is he?
I don't know. I haven't seen him for a
seen
minute.
him in a while.
I haven't seen Red Wheel in a second either. I don't. Surely that's not related. That'd be weird. That'd be too weird.
Oh, Kinsey, I'm gonna miss you so much.
I'm not going anywhere yet.
I know.
I'll miss you too.
I'm not gonna. Okay. It's not a mystery where Roland is anymore. You got it. You did it. You figured it out.
What do you mean?
Where's Red Wheel?
I don't know.
The answer is with Roland. Where's Roland?
I don't know.
The answer is with Red Wheel. Yeah. You're gonna be siblings.
They're too good for each other.
No, it's perfect.
Mm.
With your sister. Well, yeah.
You want to go? I guess we should spread the word, hey?
Yeah, no. I mean, I think it'll be fine. I think.
So Red Wheel and Roland? I'm sorry. That's what you're...
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Two massive arms grab the two of you and pull you in as Tuss says, "That's our boy! Where's the best bar in town? I hear my son has one.
I don't know about the best one in town.
Let's have a
you come
drink
down for a drink.
in
Come on.
Mayor Hollis is our station master Hollis's honor. He'll find his way to us now, won't he, Pax?
Yep.
Drinks are on Kinsey!
Hey, all right,
No,
Mom,
oh,
come
no.
on.
Well, I'll pay you something or rather. And the entire Riveteer nomad pack, like it's like a club. Like they shove their way into Umbra's. And one of them's like, no one touch this tree.
It has a blanket over it from when we had all the
It's
200
eating the
people in there.
blanket.
The blanket is being pulled in at parts.
God.
And I believe that is where we're going to move into broad stroke epilogues for these three characters.
Mm.
Kinsey. No.
Me?
Pax.
Okay.
Obviously Leonard is amenable to whatever your timeline is, but he will relatively push towards going to the judge sooner rather than later. And Kinsey, actually, I guess this matters for you too, because Roland tried to arrange for the two of you to have quick passage to Alanastead. Do you take him up on that?
Yeah.
How would it be possible to get there? You know what? No, I'll take him up on it. I will too.
Okay. So the two of you are able to make your way to Alanastead relatively early, maybe a couple days after the election. The Riveteers are still kind of hanging about a little bit, but by the time the two of you are going on the plane for Alanastead, they're already packing up their things, getting ready to leave, because they have schedules to keep. They gave up a whole 36 hours to this celebration, but they have to keep on the road. And Kinsey, your mother gives you like a heartfelt, like full on, like bone breaking hug. Roland, there's a point where Red Wheel is at the wheel of the bullwhip, and she just like kind of like looks at you, like slides it into gear, looks at you for just a second longer as the engine revs up, and then like just like spins it around on a dime and flies off into the distance. And like right before she hits that gear, right, like the last glimpse you get of her, she gives you kind of like a slight like movement with her hand, like that's like, come along, as she flies off. And Kinsey and Pax are able to make your way to Alanastead with Leonard Yen. There is a small office where Judge Beckford meets with you, asks you a few questions about yourselves. Leonard does a little bit of the work, kind of giving you guys like a little bit of like guidance and whatnot, but mostly it's just kind of a like, have you turned a new leaf type thing. And Judge Beckford does ask the two of you, so with the clemency granted, what is it you plan to do next?
Well, I've got a journey to make. I can get back to my jackalope and meet up with the Ophidian clan of the Snake Eye Canyons. After that, I suppose I'm not sure. I mean, I've got access to a very delightful spice blend, Munson spice. It's a nice spice, and there's a friend of mine, who's making quite good music. So I don't know. Perhaps I'll just travel the Badlands, wherever people need me. Be sort of a free agent. Agent. I kind of like that.
What about you, Miss Davison?
I'm just gonna settle down. I'm gonna have a family.
Is that the truth?
Yeah.
Okay. Judge eyes you up and down, eyes Kinsey, then two stamps, two pieces of paper. And with those two stamps, two of you are free. You got a second chance here. Don't fuck it up.
I'll do my best, Your Honor.
Go on, I got a busy day.
That's why exiting, I sort of like elbow Pax. I know she doesn't like actual like physical signs of affection.
I elbow him back.
Are you coming back to the station, or
No, I already said goodbye.
are you staying here?
Yeah.
Well, good luck, I guess.
Thanks. I think that I'm totally unfit for this new and adventure. and who-
Max, I can think of no one fitter. But do take care of my godchild, because I will be coming back to see them.
Good. Yeah. And if I'll let you know if Rufus comes back.
Yeah, definitely do.
But visit
And,
anytime you want, and I don't have to stay here all the time. We can come visit if you end up somewhere that's not the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I'll make my rounds for sure.
I can't get to Soldina on my own. There's no way.
Well, that's what you have. That's what you have Hamish. Sorry, Leonard for.
Well, I hope so.
I don't think I've ever gotten your real LRC information. Do you want to? Should we?
I don't have one is the thing.
Oh.
But here's Leonard's, and I take it out of my pocket.
You tap them together, exchange contact information, and then part ways. Roland. You get to work as the station master of Tobias Station. Lots to do, lots of demands, lots of goals.
Gotta make sure I get to Alanastead pretty soon, because I am, as much as I don't want to, and I'm trying to turn over a new leaf, I am going to commit a crime during this tenure. It's just how it goes.
Yeah, honestly, it's extremely easy for you after you win the election to finish your chartered flight to Alanastead. Judge sees you and he goes, "Congratulations on your election, station master."
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, and he like hits his stamp on the ink, pulls it off, and he but doesn't stamp it yet, and he goes, "I'm gonna sit here a couple years down the line and find out that I made a mistake. You're just one smooth talking politician that leaves Tobias Station hanging to dry."
No. You've met my friends, right?
They were nice.
They would kill me if I did.
He sits there for a second thinking. He goes, "All right. Well, if you get the chance, before they kill you, tell them that Beckford will back their play." And he stamps the paper. And with that stamp, Roland, you are a free man. And you make your way back to Tobias Station, and you have extremely complicated goals.
Yes.
And I think the best way to resolve how you do as station master, at least in the broad strokes, is a connections roll.
Okay.
Given the amount of things you want to achieve, but the backing you have from Salem Bahara helps a lot.
Mhm.
I think ultimately you're dealing with a -4.
Okay. Okay. Remember when I said before, this grid is for later? I spend 3 grit to go strong.
Okay.
And then I spend 2 grit to play to the gallery.
Okay.
So now both the 13 and the 14 I've rolled explode.
Oh.
Great. And after all that, I've got 2 grit left over. I twist the knife.
Dear God, how many successes do you have?
I have 8 hits.
Okay. Okay. Roland, you have the most productive first 2 years a station master has ever had. And after the first year, you understand, like, I'm going to achieve what I want. And you realize you have a choice after year 1. You know that by the end of year 2, you will have absolutely achieved laying the groundwork for someone else to step in, someone else with like sensibility and a good heart to step in and take your place with enough like coaching and whatnot. You realize you could spend that second year kind of like training your replacement and also achieving all the things you want. The lower levels are no longer the slums. They are a little bit more affordable, and they don't have necessarily everything that everything else on the station has. But what they do have is a decent baseline of like a way of life. And then also on top of that, you are able to, like, in your first year, rope in all the families. Like, the Gatees are afraid of you. The Acostas, you notice Severina Acosta is no longer the representative of the Acostas, are afraid of you. It's mostly just you deciding what to do with the Canooms and the Sheffields to line up everything that happens in Tobias Station, and they make it happen. Gray Foster with all of the stuff he knows about the station itself, and Salem Bahara with his just status in the station.
Mm-hmm.
The two of them would never, ever get along. But you are able to read both of them well enough to understand that you can provide a mediation between the two of them. And you realize that, like, it's a difference of personality, not a difference of intent. And that the two of them can absolutely do great things for both the families in general and the people of Tobias Station. They're able to ride that line. Mostly because Gray Foster lives there and wants it to be good. And then because Salem Bahara is a genuinely like good person who is also a like horrible crime syndicate boss. And throughout that first year, you realize like you've got the lay of the land and you're going to be able to achieve everything you want in year 2. And you have to decide whether or not at that point you want to be here for life or you want to find a successor and go out and find Red Wheel. She hasn't been a ghost. You get messages from her relatively regularly, pretty regularly for a nomad. She sends you messages. Not even all of them are like just like checking in and seeing how you're doing. Some of them are just like stories like, hey, this week, like Greece did this. And you know, we got like, we lost a few cars, but I added this to the bullwhip. Just like, not even like inquiring about necessarily what you're up to or even like what your timeline is or anything like that. Just sharing her life with you. You get messages like that from her from time to time.
Yeah, I absolutely send those back. Yeah. I spend the second year progressively handing more and more responsibility to Harry until she's like running a lot of things, maybe without realizing exactly what I'm doing. But there is one project that I absolutely make sure that I am on always, and it is all my work. Umbras gets converted. Now, I know Pax had another name, and I don't think Pax ever like gave a last name for Pax. She's always talking about how she's like Silent Step and Light-footed or whatever. So Umbras becomes the Pax Lightfoot Memorial Orphanage. And I buy whatever's above it, and it's on 2 floors.
It touches both the main floor and the lower levels.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You're able to arrange that situation.
And then I don't know how long the terms are, but the second year rolls around. It's coming to an end. Presumably, we're talking about re-election or something like that. And Harry comes in for a meeting, and she starts. And so I've been thinking about who I'm going to endorse in the upcoming election.
Endorse? What are you talking about? The people love you. Why would you? Why you could do another 2 years? Why would you even consider? What's the deal? We got everything else sorted out. We got all these plans for the next couple of years. I mean, we still gotta get the taxes and the upper crust sorted out.
I mean, you'll never win if I run against you.
What?
Let me teach you one last thing, Harry. Who am I kidding? This can't possibly be the last thing. You're doing the job. I have been handing you the job all year.
Well, but like I couldn't possibly. I mean,
Why not?
Well, I mean, like you're like the new face of like New Tobias Station, right? Like your position is unique. You gotta carry on. Like the people would love to see you carry on.
I mean, sure, I'm incredibly lovable and quite handsome and charming, if I say so myself. But you like it here.
I mean, yeah, it's my home.
It's not mine.
You know, Roland. The love I have for Tobias Station didn't last. It wasn't a thing whole life. No, it was it's home now. It was the place I lived before. Before I met you, before I met Pax and Kinsey. I was gonna walk away from this place. You know? I was gonna, I don't know, be a Jimmy or something. I don't know what.
Anyone who sees what you can do and thinks your best work is killing people for the family is it's having a failure of imagination.
She takes your hand for a second and squeezes it. She goes, Umbras made this home. You made this home, Roland. The least I can do is help you get to home. So you better give me a hell of an endorsement, she says, like wiping tears off of her cheek. Because, I mean, I got big shoes to fill. All right? And you ain't getting rid of me. I'm going to send you LRC after LRC. And wherever you are, going out, drifting, doing whatever, you better answer because I'm going to need some guidance, all right?
I open up my desk and I pull out a data pad. This is everything I know about everyone who matters in Tobias Station. This is everything they care about. It's everything they want. It's everything they'll accept.
And she grabs it. She recognizes it. She helped you go through it. She grabs Morales' data pad and she goes,
Oh, it's my data pad. It's not Morales' data pad.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it certainly uses a lot of her information.
It drew from, and
Yes.
yeah, she looks at it and goes, well, all right. And sets it down and goes, I suppose I'll do some studying. You give me a very nice speech next month when it comes time for you to announce your resign.
Oh, absolutely. And as soon as you figure out the password on the data pad, everything inside will be yours.
She presses a button, the hologram pops up. She goes, you son of a... And that's where we're gonna end. No, that's not where we're gonna end. That's where we're gonna cut. Because Kinsey.
Yep.
Still a little bit left for your story.
Oh.
And I think a little bit for Pax and Roland. We'll start with you though, Kinsey.
Sure.
You said you were heading back to the Ophidian clan, right?
That's right.
Okay. How are you taking like a plane to Tobias Station and then riding Umber from there?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the plan.
So you're able to touch base with Roland. He's pretty busy at the time. It's before he's had a conversation with it's way before it's before he even like gets to go see the judge. So he's pretty busy. But the two of you are able to cross paths for a second. I don't know if you have like a brief exchange that you want to do before you part ways.
Good luck.
I mean, same to you.
I guess yeah, I didn't want to say it to Pax because it felt a little on the nose and crude, but let me know if a ghost tries to kill you. And I'll do the same.
Sure, yes, please. And treat this town right. I look forward to see what you do with it.
I think it's going to be pretty good. I hope you find what you're looking for, whatever that is.
I'm sure I'll know it when I see it.
I'm sure you will.
And I'm going to embrace Roland. I don't know if he likes physical contact or not, but I will.
I certainly give you a hug back. I have no problems with physical contact. Not a weirdo like Pax.
And Kinsey, you mount up on Umbra and you ride off towards the Ophidian clan. However, partway through your journey to the Ophidian clan, you see Morbu standing there on a rocky outcropping from the ground on a path that leads separate away from the Ophidian clan. Well before you get far from Tobias Station. He wants you to head south.
I see him and catch his eye, and I'll give him a nod, and I'll do this thing that I've seen Tekton Molu do, I think they did it when I mentioned Morbu. I just draw 3 lines on my forehead.
Okay. You do that. You pull on the reins in the moment where Umbra like kicks up and moves to the side. You lose sight of Morbu. He's no longer standing on that rocky outcrop, and you head south. Kinsey, keep traveling. Travel south. Get a slight feeling in your gut. Head west. Keep traveling. You get closer and closer to the sulfur dunes, but not quite. Just keep traveling. Eventually, you start to run out of rations. You have to hunt for your food. You have to hunt for your water. A rainstorm comes by, and it's a blessing as you're able to like scoop up some of that water and store it. You and Umbra become more ragged by the day. Been months of traveling. You haven't seen Morbu since. You're just following your gut. You don't know what you're looking for. Do you continue wandering around north of the sulfur dunes? Or do you decide that it's time for you to head to the nearest settlement, stock up on supplies, continue your journey to the Ophidian?
You're
You're
muted,
muted.
Seth.
Where's the fun in that?
You like have this conversation with like Umbra
Oh yeah.
where like you're like making food. You're like, well, I could do this and I could do this. And you stop for a second and finish your bowl of beans and you sit there for a second. You go, but where's the fun in that? And you collapse your like your survival kit. And you hop on Umbra and you continue on your journey. And it's not easy. It's another handful of months where before you find yourself in a place in the Badlands, a little bit sleep deprived, a lot a bit hungry, and quite a bit dehydrated. You're standing there next to Umbra, who also is showing the wear of prolonged travel. The two of you just kind of walking side by side. You look up and the stars look foreign to you. You're not even sure what time it is of the year. You've lost track. And then you look in through the twin full moon that shines down on you, illuminating the entire Badlands, almost as if it was daylight in the middle of the night. You see on the horizon a massive sandstorm. And very, very far. Too far for you to make a distinct identification. You see someone standing. Think it might be Morbu.
I jump on Umbra's back, and I don't want to hurt him, but he's got to ride as fast as he can for Morbu.
As soon as you get on his back, Umbra stands up like a good soldier. Still got plenty of gas left in the tank. He kicks it out and starts flying towards the sandstorm. And as you get closer, you see Morbu getting a little bit more and more in view, and then like a sand whiff like sweeps in front of him and he's gone. And then before you is this massive sandstorm, as far as you can see down the horizon on either end. And Umbra like hesitates for a second and you kick in. And the two of you keep riding straight towards this sandstorm. And right as it whooshes towards you, breaking up the ground, ripping up the sand, it parts around you. The wind doesn't buffet you. The sand doesn't assault you. It just lets you through. And Umbra stops, like Umbra flinches. He flinches when the sand is about to hit. And then it doesn't hit, and he stops, and he's confused. And I would like you to roll survival.
Great. I'm going to use 2 grit to play to the gallery.
Okay.
That is 6 hits.
All right. You don't know what to do. You watch as the sand whirls around you. Umbra looks up to you for guidance. And you feel, you like kind of calm yourself, and you hear the wind around you, and you feel a pull in a certain direction. And so gently you tap Umbra and guide him that way. And the two of you walk for a couple hours through this sandstorm, the wind echoing, oppressing the sounds around you, but never ever getting close to you. And as you travel, you start to realize the sun is rising. It's beginning to become brighter through the sandstorm. And finally, continuing to follow that pole, you start to hear some whispers. You feel a warmth ahead of you. And the sand begins to become thinner. You see glimpses of the sun ahead of you. Glimpses of something else. And you feel, more than hear, water. A stream, a brook, a pond. You're not sure. And through the sand, you see glimpses of green. Vegetation, here of all places in the southern Badlands. Lush, green, vibrant lands. And as the sands part, Kinsey McCharlotte, that is where your story will end. Pax! You're staying in Alanastead with the Yen family?
If I'm invited.
Leonard will say to you, you know, we don't have to. We can go wherever.
I don't have another place to go. Do you?
We can go anywhere. It's your call. We can live in comfort with my mother and the estate. But I have a feeling it's going to be hard for us to rest. Kinsey's out going Alana knows what. Roland's got a whole station to ride. Way I see it, we're the only two that can chase that son of a bitch down. Sorry. 3.
If you want to drift, I'll go with you. I don't have anything. So, I mean, obviously I have Kinsey and Roland, but they've got they're gonna find what makes them happy, and I've kind of got that. So if you wanna go, I'm there.
He puts a hand on your shoulder and goes, "Yeah, but what do you want? Want to rest for once in your life?
I don't know.
Do you not want to stop? I can't quite get a read on you, Pex. One way or the other. But whatever it is you want, if you're willing, I'm there by your side. Now, I don't have no fancy ring right now. Don't have no ghost ring, that's for sure.
That's probably good.
But, well, I wasn't sure what it was you wanted, and I didn't want to impose. But I want you to know, you want to live your own life separate from the ends. I understand. You want to live life with the Yens at the estate? I also understand. And he leans in a little closer and he goes, and anything in between, I'm there for it. I'm there for you. You just point the way.
I can't. So I guess it's weird because it's been a really long time since I've kind of really been able to make my own decisions. And the thing is that, like, God, I hate to say it, but that woman judge kind of got in my head a little bit, and she, I don't know if I the thing is that I kind of love you is the thing, and I I'm I'm not sure if that's do you 'cause I have this baby, but
Well, gotta come clean with you, Miss Davison. I lied about the ring. He like reaches in his jacket, drops to a knee, pulls out a ring. Yours if you want it. I know one hell of a triptych preacher lives in the Badlands on a nice commune. You could ride there, be there in the next week, get married.
Yeah. Yes.
Stands up and slides the ring on your finger, holds your hand,
You're lucky I didn't pick your pocket.
gives you a kiss, and pulls it back and goes, I would have rolled with it. He gives you another kiss and then goes, so what'll it be? Nice wholesome life? The life you deserve? One of ease? Or the drift? I can lay this down. My feud With Nash, I can lay it down in a heartbeat. Live a life with you.
um, why not a compromise? We've got time. A little bit. 8 months, maybe? Why don't we see if we can find him before he finds us? And then we'll go from there. Can be an extended honeymoon.
One step at a time. Let's take care of this first. He like taps the ring, gives you another kiss, hops on the horse and helps you on. You two ride off. The Pax. That's where your story will end.
But did we find him?
Roland. We've hit most of your story. You're able to give a great endorsement for Harry, given the fact that you rolled 6 rolls in your connections before.
It was 8.
Sure. You're able to secure her. She puts the mayor of Waypoint to shame as she becomes the youngest elected official in the Badlands. First place, stealing first place from Alex Graves, the mayor of Waypoint, who became the mayor, I believe, at the age of 20. Harry takes her place. And during the celebration, drinks are had. She gives you a very nice speech about how she'd be nowhere without you. And about how she intends to carry on the legacy that you taught her, you and Patience Davison and Kinsey McCharlotte, all heroes of Tobias Station. As the party starts to dwindle down, you do hear a roaring of engines in the evening outside of Tobias Station.
Harry, that's my cue.
Well then, up to it. You're done here.
All right, 2 quick things. 1, I do consider you a daughter. 2, if they get uppity, threaten them with me.
Just you? I'm doing the whole trio.
Smart. You're great. You're gonna do great. You don't need me. I'm out of here.
As you go to walk away, she grabs your lapel, pulls you towards her, and angles up to give you a kiss on the cheek. She like taps you on the chest and goes, "Thank you, Roland. If you pass Kinsey or Pax along the way, tell them to stop by. Tell them I love them."
I will. Your Majesty.
You are dismissed.
Yeah, I turn on my heel and I go and I like am taking off my suit and just like leaving the like fineries of it on my way to grab my jacket. The like dark leather, this I think it was like slate gray.
Yeah, slate gray.
That slate gray jacket on my way to the stables.
Yeah. You come through the stables from like the back end and you rush through. So that way the stable doors can open up and you wheel out like full speed, ramping up out of the stables. You land and skid to a halt in the Kingslayer, and you look out your window and you see Red Wheel there on the like right in front of the pack, looking at you. You look at her. She revs her engine, and then she gives you the exact same wink that she gave you last time the two of you raced. And Roland, I'd like you to roll drive for me.
My high is a 13.
And Roland, that's where we're going to end your story. And that's where we end this campaign. That's it. Season 1. Done.
Crazy.
I have one regret that I never got to tell Tusk. I really think it should be ride or die.
You got time now. All right, sweet. Okay, we do have a couple questions in the Discord for the finale. If any of you have questions in the chat, we're going to answer those too. I know we went a little late this time, but it's the finale. Of course we are. I'm gonna pass attention over to Addie for a second. I gotta step away for a second to take care of the dog. Addie, if you can pull up the Discord and pitch the question, I'll be back in just a moment.
So our first question is from Argit Long, who asks, with this season coming to a close, which of the characters we've built would you guys actually play? By way of a reminder, we have Captain America and the Avengers, Solid Snake, Raiden, Kevin McAllister, Luca Ashtier, Tom Nook, Larry Solo Wing, Pixie Folk, Sid Highwind, Jason Voorhees, Gomez Adams, Annie Belmont, Samus Aran, Mando, Amuro Ray, Darkwing Duck, Doctor Doom, Spider-Man 2099, Agent 47, and 2 varieties of Santa Claus and Clive Winslet. And those are the ones that they can remember. So if you remember any others that you would play, what are they?
I have actually played essentially Captain America.
Yeah.
So that one for sure. It's a small, maybe slight spoiler holiday surprise.
No, go for it.
I did build Santa Claus. And we're putting the finishing touches on it now, and we will be making it available soon.
Yep.
For everyone who wants to bring the big red man into their game. The one that actually really intrigues me, though it would have to be some time before I played it because of how similar it is to Roland mechanically. Tom Nook seems real fun. Just like a very friendly but simultaneously like hyper predatory lender.
Yeah. What about you, Seth?
I think it'd definitely either be Kevin McAllister or Darkwing Duck.
Man, you said the two that I was totally the most excited about as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love Darkwing Duck. Stop it, Seth.
I'll add a Iron Man in there because that's what Addie can attest to this. It's the character I'm literally always trying to play.
Yeah. Also, as far as any of the other ones go, I know that this isn't a list and we didn't make them, but she's kind of close to. So I would definitely do Wednesday Addams because that would be amazing. Sure. Yeah. And also like Sabine Wren or like any of the like owls from the Star Wars. Any of those girlies I would definitely play as well.
Yeah, that'd be rad.
Yeah, because Mandalorian, yeah, it's just good, and they have such cool stuff. It's like high tech,
Jetpack gunslinger, what's not to like?
right?
Also,
Oh my
those
gosh.
those jetpack fist fights are the best thing I've ever seen.
Mhm.
Fucking rad.
Yeah, and for some reason, I can't think of her name right now, which is Bo-Katan. There we go. I got it. But like, I would definitely play Bo-Katan because she is rocking. The difference between Bo-Katan and Sabine being that Sabine has bombs.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's the bombs.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, and they're essentially Mando with slight differences.
It's
those
what's
are-
your Neapolitan flavor of Mando?
Yeah.
With bombs, without bombs, with spear, without spear.
Yeah, well, also Sabine gets the dark saber, so
Plus or
like,
minus dark saber.
and actually, they all have the dark saber. It's the three people who get the dark saber, other than
Moff
John Favreau. What's his name? He's
You're talking about Vizsla, pre-Vizsla?
Vizsla. Yeah, it's Pre Vizsla. He also has the dark saber, but he's a bad guy. So that'd be cool.
This is a Bo-Katan house.
Yeah, Katie Sack. Grab your gun and bring in the cat. Is that what it is? I don't know. Anyway,
Yeah.
Continue. You're muted, Tommy.
Well, I'm not muted for the stream, so it's just you and me
Ah.
stream.
Yes.
We're just gonna hang out together.
GM
Sorry, I
wisdom.
was having a moment with the stream because they could hear me and you couldn't.
Oh.
I don't
That's-
like that.
No.
What are you telling them about us?
That's a good way to tell the stream secrets that the players can't hear.
Oh my gosh, doing like asides, like, and also.
Just so you all know. We addressing Argot Lam's question in the Discord?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've all gone over
yeah.
ours, so it's just up to you now.
There's a few in there that I've made characters similar to. Like I've made a Solid Snake character. I've made a Hawkeye character. It's pretty easy to do in Manifest. You just have a bunch of different types of projectile ammo and are very good with a bow.
God, that was such a fun character, and it was so much overkill.
But I also like looking at the list. I do also really like Samus Aran. Feel like some power armor with like an internal gun would be fun for like a bounty hunter to just be like, hey, I have like the best gear.
Yeah.
And then just kind of going with that. I think that would be my immediate answer. Yeah, okay, so if the three of you answered the Discord question, I don't see any new ones in the chat, but for fans of Essential NPCs, you will remember at the end of every series, we did ask a question specifically of the castmates. And that question is, what was your favorite part?
There's so much. There's so much good stuff.
I'll go first because mine is actually something that the fans didn't see, but is like extremely related to things that they did see. After the bird incident, for like 2 weeks, me and Tommy, when like we were at work together, I would just be like, "Bird almost got me," and he'd respond with like, "Bird almost got you."
Much to the
My
confusion of her coworkers.
My favorite part remains to this day that I am the only person that Tommy has ever killed in an RPG, and he's done it to me twice, and almost did it a third time on accident.
Yeah. There's some
No,
birds
sorry,
out.
he killed Addie once. That was different. That was different, and you know it.
I did kill Addie once, but it was a mutual decision to serve the narrative.
Fives across the board does not work. It just doesn't.
She's like, I think I might want to play a different character. And I was like, everyone here needs an Agent Coulson to rally
Did
around.
play Agent Coulson,
Yeah.
and it was great.
I, on the other hand, have been killed in the line of duty twice.
I think my favorite part is probably our vomit-soaked Zimbalist versus a jackalope. I loved that race just so much.
I was so ready for the man versus machine angle, and then it was like the
angle was
classic
man versus stink.
It was the
He
classic,
poisoned my jackalope. Fuck that dude.
just such an absolute classic. Like players are like, oh, look at this cool moment, let's make everyone vomit. You're telling me there's stink bombs in this world that make people throw up? I want some of that shit.
God.
It was so great. It was so great trying to
That
narrate
was such a
that
good
moment.
session.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
I did really like the moment, like just before that session too, where everything lined up perfectly, right? Where Roland had learned just enough because of Pax's efforts to be able to turn Red Wheel at exactly the most dramatic moment possible. And it wasn't one of those situations where like the characters knew and like the dramatic moment happened later. It's very rare in an RPG where the information hits just at the dramatic moment. A lot of times it like hits and then like the moment happens following that, where like everyone involved knows all the information that's pertinent and it moves forward. But in that instance, it was like a perfect, like all the narrative moments hit at exactly the right time to make that situation where Kinsey was able to challenge his father to Zimbalist, and his father was unable to wriggle his way out of it. Like culminated, like punctuated by the fact that it's like, it didn't work when he tried to like blow Kinsey off. It didn't work when he tried to rope Red Wheel in, and then he turned to the crowd, and then Pax is like, I've spent episodes making everyone here fear me and go with whatever I say. Zimbalist. And everyone was just like, yeah, okay, boss is saying Zimbalist, so we're saying Zimbalist. It was such a good payoff for everything in that camp.
It's the best we
yeah.
ever did.
Definitely the cleanest.
Yeah. Shoot. Well, there's a lot of moments that I think are like really cool that happened. And I always hedge and pick like 3 different moments. But like all of the set pieces were so fun for me in particular because they were built for PAX. So like, you know, I still think about the like, you know, like Black Widow-esque, like jumping from one helicopter and like landing on another and then like stabbing that guy and like jumping out and then or like, you know, just being like with the net shot, just being like, no, stop, and with what's his face,
Carver Barkley.
Yeah, Carver Barkley.
I wonder how he's doing.
He's probably drunk somewhere.
Got released into the world with more money than he deserved.
Yeah. So there's so many moments, and there's a lot of PAX moments that I really love, which of course, because you know I played her, like the moment where the like hand held out with PAX by Rufus at the like in the tent, like, and then being like, oh my god, what do I do? Like, I love that. But I think that hilariously, I think the thing that I do, God, it's kind of a tie. But I think the moment that I love the most happened in like episode like 3, which is Pax sneaks into where the Dead Man's Gang is keeping Leonard Yen.
Oh, no. You're
And
talking about a lost episode here.
yeah, I know. And she is like, she holds out some lockpicks and is like, what does it do, or what's inside? Because they didn't know what was in the box yet. Was ended up being the guns, and then Leonard was like, where is it? And she didn't answer, and he didn't answer, but he took the lockpicks that eventually allowed him to escape. And it was like such a good like moment. It is a lost episode now that I think about it. But it was like tense and perfect because he didn't know if it was a trap, and she didn't know what was going on because he was just going to arrest her again. And it was amazing. But my favorite through thread is Munson Spice.
It's a nice
nice
spice.
And I can't wait to add that to the like lore of Manifest. I want to make like a Munson Spice shirt.
I can't wait for their next spice, which we have talked about, but I don't know if the world is ready for.
I'll share it with the world. The world is it's Munson Caliente, a not so nice spice.
Yep, that's what it is. That's definitely what it is.
Yeah.
I'm into it. Hey, do you guys think Umbras is still who's running Umbras?
Nobody. It's an orphanage.
Oh yeah, that's right. There's no bar there, I guess, anymore.
God, I hope not.
Bar for
Drunk
the kids.
orphans running around.
That's right. Yeah. There's the orphanage. I did briefly forget. I got really excited because up to this point I was like, I don't know who the fuck's gonna run Umbras.
Right.
The answer is no.
Pax Lightfoot Memorial Orphanage, because Pax Lightfoot is dead.
All right. Well, we've had a hell of a run here in campaign 1, but the story of Manifest is not yet told, and it will continue in 2021 with campaign 2.
Oh my God, you guys, the characters are so fucking cool.
Not gonna lie.
I'm really excited to share them.
We will have characters. We will have character art. It will all come to fruition, I believe, at the very beginning of February.
Yep.
First Tuesday of February. That's when you're going to get to see the new cast and all the fun characters they've brought to the stream. Thank you all so much for watching, and if you haven't already, hit the follow button. If you can, hit the subscribe button. If you have any episodes that you missed in the past, go to our YouTube, search Manifest the RPG on YouTube. You'll find a whole playlist of Manifest actual play that will in short order have every episode that has every episode that has aired and been retained. There's a few missing episodes, unfortunately. But altogether, you can catch up on old episodes you missed. We've had a ton of fun playing. Hopefully you guys have had fun watching as well. And also hit us up on our social media. Specifically, look to like Twitter and Facebook. Manifest the RPG on Facebook, Manifest RPG on Twitter. We are going to be pumping up any teasers we can pitch out prior to season 2, as well as if we're able to put together any sort of special content during the month of January. That is where we will be advertising it, as well as the Kickstarter exclusive Discord. Yeah, what you got?
The only other thing is we might be releasing not only Santa, but maybe Pax, Kinsey, and Roland's character sheets at the end. So keep an eye out on our social media for that as well. It may not be like tomorrow, but it will be pretty soon. So yeah,
right.
Keep an eye out for those.
And just like that, great things must come to an end at some point. I'm glad to have told this story with the three of you, and I'm excited to tell more stories with you. Yes. And we hope you all are able to join us in February. But for now, we'll have one final spin with a good old song called Waypoint by our very own Seth Lilly.
This one?
What?
Take it away, Seth.